Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us on the World Riichi Championship YouTube channel. If you're enjoying the content, please like and subscribe and help grow the channel, and we can get more stuff to you. I'm Chiral, and with me today is AML A1 champion, Nathanael.
Hello, Cairo. Looking forward to another awesome day of Yukan Fuji Cup action.
Yeah, yesterday was really fun, and I imagine today's going to be just as good. We'll be joined later on by WRC President Gemma, fellow AML A1 leaguer Corak, and USPML President Dave. So, a pretty good variety today, because sometimes we only have like 2 or 3 commentators, but yeah. Also, in celebration of reaching our end-of-year goal subscriber count, we are holding a book giveaway, and today is the last day to sign up. In fact, I think you have about, 2-3 hours at this point? We have until the end of the stream today to win.
One of these lovely books.
Riichi Mahjong, the only way to play. All you have to do to finish, to apply for this, is subscribe to the WC channel. I believe you have to take a screenshot of the fact that you're subscribed and fill out a short form that is found in the stream description. So if you're interested in getting involved in that, you don't have much time left, so please do jump in. Our sponsors today are WRC, the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years. The next one, which will be in Tokyo in 2025, I believe it's only a few months away. But yes, we also are sponsored by USPML, the United States Pacific Mahjong League. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, which is a wonderful place to play Mahjong with automatic tables. I forget which the brands are. I think it's Rex 3,
Ultima, Slims. They've got just about everything. I played there for the first time a few days ago. It was a really cool place.
Oh, awesome. Are we going to hear more about that later on?
Oh, absolutely.
Nice. But yeah, before we get started, there's a lot going on with WRC right now. We, Nathanael and I, along with Tips and Corak, have been taking part in the World Riichi Online Team League, which started a few weeks ago. It is a massive pro-amateur league with professionals from multiple pro leagues in Japan and players all over the world. Our team is currently in 38th place, and the top 9 will make the finals.
I know you've got a lot more games in than I have, but
I've put a lot of games. I think Corak's put more, I feel like.
We'll
because I think our score's like plus 180 something, and I know that's not me. My scores are incredibly middle of the road.
Go Tips and Corak. I'll be catching up soon. This Saturday will be another round.
We're playing a lot tomorrow. But yes, I'm looking forward to that though. Honestly, it's been really fun to play Sama with the pros. And getting involved in World Riichi events, it's been really good. But yeah, more great news. The 4th European World Riichi League event is now open for registration in Cologne. It'll be held from the 29th to the 30th of March. That same month, the US World Riichi League will be held simultaneously over 3 major Mahjong hub cities. New York, at USPML, Sparrow's Nest, that we've talked about, but also Chicago and San Francisco. There are still spots open in Chicago and San Francisco, so if you want to get involved, check the description for a link to sign up to those. Today we'll be covering, though, the Yukan Fuji Cup Women's League. It's made of 64 teams who are split into 16 groups of 4. Each group battles the other 3 teams in their group over 10 sessions, and the top team from each group and the top individual players advance to 2 different final tournaments. Today we'll be featuring the teams and players from Group 5 for the second time this season. I think I got to see them play the first time. I think it was a really fun match. But yeah, who we have today? We have Team Blossom Quintet, Team All Sirius, Team Aokei, and Team Keio. And representing Team Blossom Quintet as our first dealer, we'll be seeing Saori Oinuma from SPM. In the South Seat, we have Chihiro Minase, representing Team Aokei from NPM. Did I say SPM and NPM? Sorry, maybe I mispronounced that. In the West Seat, we have Ryo Kurata, representing Team Keio from JPML, and also from JPL. In the North Seat, we have Chifumi Yamawaki, representing Team All Sirius. I suppose, before we get going, let's have a quick little look at the starting scores of these teams.
Surely. It looks like All Sirius East is in the lead, 208.1. Pretty healthy lead over Team Aokei. More than doubling the score. Mahjong Keio and Blossom Quintet have a lot of room to catch up, but for these 2 teams in particular at the top, it'll be a bit of a head-to-head, wouldn't you say?
Yes, I believe there are only 2 sessions left for this group. to play. So, honestly, two hand chans can swing it. So we can easily see an upset or perhaps a heroic comeback, depending on your perspective on who you're cheering for.
And
yes,
we'll see how things go in game number 1.
Exactly. One thing to keep in mind is that there's also that individual final as well for the top individual players, and we do have a player here who's playing over 10 games, because currently, I believe, we're talking about Chihiro Minase here, who has a current score of 111.7 after playing 10 games. She's in 25th place, and she really wants to get into that individual final. And you know what? At this point, I think it's good to play tactically. Let your stronger players have a shot, at getting into the top individual. I'm looking forward to this.
Certainly, especially if your team is a little bit farther away from the ultimate goal of besting the group as a whole. Certainly, letting your individual players have a chance at the playoffs is a good strategy as well.
Yes, we have 25th place representing Team Aokei and 23rd place representing Team All Sirius. So, with a separation of only 2.7 points, the winner between these two players could decide maybe who goes into the individual final. Maybe it's too early to say that, but there's definitely a lot of tension, even if we ignore the team scores for these specific players. But yeah, let's get right to it. See how things are going as we open up in East 1.
Oinuma, our first dealer, has filled a wonderful contract with the 8-so pickup. Minase in the south seat, doing okay there with the initial tiles. Kurata has a set of amazing tiles in the west seat, and Yamakawa not too far away from chasing it down, but dealer certainly with advantage in terms of the initial high pipe.
Yes. I believe everyone here has a pretty explosive start, and that's an interesting situation to be in for Kurata. You don't want to discard the Dora, but the hand's looking pretty complete, so maybe. We'll see.
Very exciting to start with an East Wind Dora in East 1 of the game. Certainly, dealer is also going to be stuck on this Dora for a while and could be presented with a very interesting situation in the future should they fill the Pinzu diamond that they are yet to complete, that two-sided weight. Will they take a very wide three-sided weight in the bamboo for just a Riichi only, or do you wait on the Dora itself for Riichi Dora 2?
That's a very, very interesting question. I think it depends on how early you get to Tenpai. Maybe if it's really early, I don't mind cutting the Dora as often. But late in the hand, especially if no one has played it, I don't think I could justify it. Even if I was Tenpai, I'd just I'll just wait on it instead. I don't know.
It would certainly solve. Answering that question would be so easy if you just pair up the Dora and then you don't have to think of it anymore.
Yes, the problem that solves itself is my favorite kind of question, but as it stands, we only see 2 of them. Very interesting draw here. Yeah, I was about to say, do you keep the 1-3? No, you get rid of it and cut the 3 first. The Dora does eventually come out. Okay. Because the 6-6-7 shape, I guess, adds a little bit of extra acceptance. But thanks to 1 Dora coming out, they are now both out. So it is now just a race to see who can win.
We come back to the dealer. Has picked up the 1-so. It's a chance for Pinfu Ipeko, the Riichi.
A very nice way to start.
Oh, that's a 4-pin. Let's go.
Multiple players one away from that Pinfu right now.
Yeah, these tiles are coming really nicely.
And no hesitation, the Riichi stick is out. 4-7 of characters. I do think we've not seen many of those out, so I think this could be a very, very good weight for them.
Tough play now for Minase. Goes with the 3-so. Genbutsu, safe to the Riichi player. Does somewhat limit the draws into Tenpai.
Exactly.
Oh, small.
But staying safe and avoiding dealing in.
Oh, and finds the 4-mon as the Ura indicator. That's Ura 2. Riichi Tsumo Pinfu 2 Ura. Should be a dealer Mangan 4,000 all. Oh, 6,000 all. Was that Ipatsumo?
I don't think was it Patsu? Wait, hang on. I don't think it was a Patsu. I think it went round at least once or twice. Did we miss something? Maybe.
Regardless, an excellent start to the game for the dealer.
Exactly.
I mean, you can't ask for anything more than winning a limit hand right from the get-go.
Yes.
And you get to repeat. You get to go around one more time. And, from an individual perspective, it certainly feels good to rack up the points.
That's such a really good point, because Oinuma might be in one of the unfortunate teams with unfortunate scores, but her current score is only minus 43.8. So 1 or 2 wins, maybe even if she plays multiple games today, if she gets a few wins on the bounce, she might actually have a serious chance of getting into that individual final as well. So it's never worth giving up.
And just also from a team perspective, it really feels good as a team when your fellow players are winning, are seeing success. You feel more optimism about your own chances.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I do feel a bit bad for saying that the Team Blossom Quintet doesn't have as much of a chance of winning going into this game with minus 236.5, but you never know. You never know.
Yeah, as we've noted that with the Mondo TV rules that are being played at this tournament, first place gets a huge bump. So if somehow you find there are 6 games remaining in the season, right? So if you win all 6 games with that huge boost to first place victories, I guess there is a theoretical chance, and you never want to give up.
Also, speaking of hands that are not worth giving up, just want to point out Yamawaki's Dora 3 just hiding in this hand casually.
Oh, and a nice 5-so pickup means that we can shift this hand into a Tanyao, go for all simples with the 8-so Dora, makes it a callable hand, and certainly one that you will never fold.
Yes, being callable also means that you could theoretically just get to Tenpai by not calling, and also keep it closed. This is one of these things that maybe you don't need to reach, because you have so much value just in the hand. You don't necessarily need to put that stick down.
Yeah, we might also see some strategical play between Yamawaki and Kurata. Or rather, Minase for the team in second place. Team Aokei. Because after the big dealer win, the chances of getting first place is rather limited, even though it's only East 1. However, chance to drop to last is very high. It's a 3-person race all of a sudden instead of a 4-person race.
Yes, that is actually a really good point, because I hate to count out teams that are that far behind, but Team Blossom Quintet getting a first here doesn't really threaten anyone else's position in the overall standings. So it is all about how first place and second place relative to each other, not necessarily relative to the table. Yes, that's a really good point.
We did see an interesting 8-so cut. The Dora leaves the hand. Certainly wasn't pleased to be dropping Dora in the situation, but I believe the hand was Tenpai. So
yes,
just took the Tenpai on the middle 7 Mon. It's a 6-8 shape. And yeah, we'll not accept this Tenpai. We'll look for something better. You could make the argument that, if you're not willing to take the Tenpai anyway, you maybe hold the Dora and cut the 8 Mon to begin with. That's an interesting idea, but certainly when she draws the 5-so and gets an improved shape, she's more than willing to discard away from the 8 Mon.
Absolutely. And speaking of being Tenpai, that Dora 3 all simples hand that we were talking about is Tenpai and hasn't reached, waiting on the 6 of characters. I think you won't reach this anyway, because the upgrade is just too valuable. But the fact that people aren't necessarily going to see the danger, and maybe can be more likely to deal in.
Yeah, things are going to get
choosing not to reach here.
Things are going to get difficult now. There is a Riichi on the board.
Oh yes.
Sliding away with
We're not folding this hand.
And maybe isn't so concerned about the 6-so dealing in because the Dora was already discarded. You'd think if you had a weight in that upper portion, you'd hold the Dora a little bit longer.
That does make sense, yeah. If we count 5s, I think we also see that they see 3 of the 5 of bamboo as well. Ooh, 3 concealed triplets if you're willing to cut the 5 or the 7 of characters here. Hmm.
I believe the 7-mon deals in, and she will go. It looks like she wants the 2-pin instead. Okay, staying
I think
safe.
that's reasonable. Yeah. Well, there's one of our sixes. I think there aren't many sixes left. I think there's actually only one now. I think 3 of them now held by other players.
8-pin instead. Oinuma trying to preserve. Oh, the 6 comes out from the Riichi player, and that will be a direct hit. Tanya Outdoor 3.
You love to see it. Just a nice little Mongon, and specifically not just a Mongon, but a Mongon against second place in the league.
Yeah, that's really notable. And not much Minase could do there in Riichi.
Yeah, it's exactly as you were saying earlier, right? Like, it's a 3-horse race, and you can see how the scores are reflected by that in the little overlay here. 100 plus 104 going down to plus 62.7 if this game were to end right now is only good for Team All Sirius.
This is, you dealt into that, but now you're the dealer. You can make that up. East pair completes a 7-8-9 pin as well. You can 3-mon pair up. Yamawaki with the Chun pair, rather the Haku pair, the White Dragon in hand, and a singleton of the Red Dragon. Probably going to, we talk about calling quickly and staying closed. This is a spot where you don't necessarily, even if you have a relatively fast hand, you don't necessarily want to be super speedy. Open yourself up to danger when your competition is the dealer.
Yeah, at the end of the day, when you make a call, you're basically placing a bet, right? You're placing a bet that I can win this hand before I need to fold.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you do end up needing to fold and you've called all your tiles away, you don't have that many options left. And a lot of the time when you're making a bet like that, you really want to. What's the word? It needs to be worth it. So if you're making a big bet for 1,000 or 2,000 points, it's usually not worth doing. Usually.
Pairs a pound in this hand. And this hand.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a pairs hand. We've got that sort of middle tile between the 2 pairs, which could mean we turn it into a sequence and a pair at any time. But yeah, for sure. I always look at 7 pairs when I make hands like that.
This is really interesting. We have a couple different 3-4-4-4 shapes.
Yeah, how much do you like the mixtural sequence?
Yeah,
Is it
not
worth
enough.
it?
Not
No,
enough.
not enough. Yeah. Worth
Feels...
asking the question, but yeah, that 1-1-3-5-5 shape. I think it's going to be a sequence and a pair if we draw the 2 or the 4, but you definitely mentioned that maybe we just draw more pairs.
Dora would not be consideration for Yamawaki. Committing now to the pairs.
Side grade. For Oinuma. We do see the East eventually get called. I think now's a better time to do it because we've had some time to try and get a more valuable hand and it just hasn't come. Also, we got the Dora 2 now, which makes the calling way more enticing. I don't think we didn't have 2 one size there at that earlier, right?
Oh, there's
that was a.
We need to fish working out. Oinuma will move towards the pinsu.
Why not? If you can do it, add 2 extra hand. Oh, now this is 1 away.
That also gives 1 away to Oinuma as well. We called the White Dragon earlier, so Akuhai.
Yeah, hand should be pretty obvious at this point, but it is going to make things like that 5 pin from the dealer a little bit harder to push. Interesting. Yeah, I think you probably do want to consider maybe opening the hand, trying to speed. If you're going to be playing the aggressive route, I think that's reasonable. So you don't want to keep the 2-3-3 because might potentially stuck with having discarded the 1.
This is another interesting draw.
Yes.
You could...
A chance to go for a Yakuman, perhaps.
If you're greedy.
No.
6-mon, 7-mon, cut, draw towards Suahunko.
I feel like I've been playing too much Sama when I think about I could make a Yakuban, sure.
You can tell we've been going hard on this online
It's gonna
teammate.
teach me bad habits, I swear. But yes.
Well, that's a
Okay,
Tempai.
Tempai.
Oh, and with the
And a Reach
Riichi.
comes out.
Yep, as the dealer. Going to apply the pressure, and that's the 6-mon. But from Tempai, will Kurata push it?
Yes, unfortunately for her, the dealer here, the 6-pin, we see 3 of them right there. I don't know if we see the 4th one.
Yeah, not
But
like seeing
yes.
an Odora. Well, that makes things a little bit harder.
Exactly.
Kurata decided to push though, so she might go just continue pressing all the way.
Haven't we seen the East get called already?
We did, and
Oh
she'll
no,
con
right,
it.
by her, of course. Of course.
8-mon
So,
revealed to be the new Dora,
not a Rinshan.
but not a deal in either.
The Yamawaki would be very, very useful in this hand. Actually, no. It'd be welcome in this hand. Speaking of Dora, though, getting drawn, unfortunately.
Drawn both of the new, the original Dora and the new Dora, and there is the Tsumo Kurata finds East door 2, and
That is a very good pickup. Not that she needed the points right now, given everything that's going on. Actually, I take that back. She really needs the points.
absolutely.
How is Kurata doing right now? 138th place with a score of minus 58.9. But if the gap between 138th and 25th is literally only 160 points, you can easily get 1 or 2 wins, get you maybe in the finals for the individual. It's really not actually that hard, as long as you get firsts.
Certainly. You know, we're going to talk about the individual playoffs a little bit later, and the stands for that. But the chances go a long way down. Of course, if you're in the top 7 at the end of the season, you immediately go to the quarterfinals. But even further down the list, you have more and more chances the higher you are, of course. But 27th, 29, they all get a chance, at least one chance to qualify
Exactly.
for the quarterfinals.
I'm looking forward to seeing those when everyone's just playing to themselves. Well, I mean, not like that, but like when everyone's like really into it because they made it. The finals always have that sort of energy, don't they?
They really
That's what
do.
I'm trying to say. Maybe I'm not using my words correctly, but yeah, the finals always have like a really fun energy because you've only got a limited amount of time to make something happen. Usually 1 or 2 games, and that means everyone just goes for it, and it's great to watch.
You see some really spirited mahjong, some really fighting mahjong.
Exactly. Also, I just want to call out the fact that we have 3 Dora here from the dealer. Kurata just pulling in all that value. But can she convert it? She can if she calls the East. Double East, Dora 3 would be incredible. Yeah, speaking of finals, though, Kurata is actually a finalist in semi-finalist in JPML's Orisen tournament.
Ooh.
So, we do already have someone who is a finalist.
Maybe some
Maybe.
experience playing on those dramatic situations.
Exactly so. Pretty awkward situation for Minase.
Yeah, she'll go ahead and just cut the 9/7-pin block in its entirety.
Like, I really want to make something happen when I'm this far behind. And it's only East 3, and it's not time to panic. But, you really want to make something happen, but then just look at those tiles.
Right.
Oinuma drawing a Dora, but I mean, she can use it. She just has to draw the 5. But we know where the other 3 of the 6s are. Unfortunately, they're not coming to her hand. Same thing applies over here as well with that 5/7 shape. It can accept Dora, so you want to keep it as long as you can. But that doesn't mean you're going to get it.
Kurata's been waiting so long for the door, or rather the East to show itself. So we're deep in the wall. None of the players holding it.
Yeah, that's the issue, because if you do see someone draw it really, really late, it's probably not going to be seen. They're probably going to keep it hidden away, unless they are this player here. Wait, no, this player here needs it. Um,
Yeah, I think
but yes,
for Kurata that's a really interesting decision to cut the 8-9. So of course the 5-so has a better future, potentially trying the 4-so or the 6-so. However, just having the immediate 8-9 shape with a 7-so draw immediately into a completed shape is also kind of tempting as well.
yes, it's always something that I think I always get that wrong. Like, when do you keep a bad shape over a good floating tile? It's a tricky decision. Oh, finally a way to use that Dora 6, man.
Mm.
For Oinuma. Very good news. And Tenpai. No, not quite, not quite, not quite.
It's kind of an
Ishanten.
awkward draw because she really would have preferred to have the 3-4-5 Sanchoku chance, but that is Ishanten, so she will just accept it. Cut away the 5-mon, eliminate the Sanchoku chance.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to accept what you're given instead of what you really want to happen.
Okay, pair
Ishanten
cut.
here, and we choose to cut the Forso. Okay, I think that's fine.
Because we can call this and have a Chanta chance as well.
Exactly so. And there we go. It's exactly what's happened. Waiting on the 6-9. The 9 is that Chanta. Only one extra hand. The 6 is Dora, which is also acceptable. But
Each comes out from Oinuma and Totsue for 7-mon North Wind. A spot for Minase where she really wants to fight this. Remember, of course, that she's desperately looking for points. However, Pinzu, look, the middle Pinzu certainly, between 4 and 7, really tough to push. Oh, Ipatsumo, or rather,
Ipatsumo.
not
Oh,
rather,
not
but that's
Ipatsumo.
Yamawaki with the confirmed Chanta. And for her, it was going to be +1 Han on either end, right? 6-mon
Exactly.
Dora was going to be +1, or the 9-mon Chanta. So that shuts down the Riichi.
And yes, just collecting the points, getting, as we were saying, getting that second place. This second place is key here.
For
It is
sure.
a 60-point gap, right? 60-point gain on the next position below you. That is huge. But yeah, we're already in East 4, and we have Dora acceptance in this hand, but no Dora to start off with. But this hand is looking pretty almost complete already, in my opinion.
Smoothly done from Yamawaki. Well, that's a nice 7-so pickup. Maybe we could think about Ipeiko and the upper Sozu for Oinuma.
I'm also thinking a half flash there. I know it sounds silly, but it's mostly just Sozu and individual armor tiles. So depending on what we draw, potentially a nice closed half flash could be quite good.
Oh, and then we draw the door and have to rethink all that.
Yeah, that's fair. As I say, depending on what we draw, Mahjong's
Oh,
a game all about having plans, and then when they don't work, making other plans.
yeah, door draws are coming to just about everybody now. Kunata with a really, really nice hand. Minasa was really struggling with her blocks, but she's drawn the last Dora. And so with 2 Dora, you're certainly feeling very pleased. This is just Ishanten.
Shanten 4. That's very interesting. I know the odds of getting all simples is quite low there, given we had the 2-3 and the 7-8 shape, but I might have been tempted to cut the 9 pair instead of the 3 pair. I guess the 9 pair is going to be more safe later on if we have to fold.
I think I'm with you, though. I think I like the Tanyao chance, even slim as it is.
There's also the chance of drawing like say a 5 or a 4, and then having a sequence there, drawing our pair in the 2-3 or the 7-8, and being able to make it that way as well. But yeah, either way though, it is still 1-0 from Tenpai.
This is always
on.
an interesting question for me. Do we cut the 2-pin and work towards Ipeiko, or do we spread out our tiles for better Uda acceptance?
It's a really good question. I don't think I would necessarily gamble on it. I'd be happy to just take the Ipeco personally, but that's a very good point. I haven't considered that necessarily. I think I'm with Kurata though on this one.
I think part of it depends on how long I expect it will take for me to get to Tenpai. How many chances will I have to improve to the Ipeiko before I just slamming a Riichi? And the 3-mon will come out here as the south should be a safer tile.
Yeah, I should also mention that Yamawaki refused Tenpai 1 draw ago.
Rewarded now with a different Tenpai.
Be a very interesting that she chose to keep it closed as well.
Silent.
And yeah, like we were talking about earlier, we saw last hand a player keep a 5 over an 8-9, and this time we're seeing the 9 get kept over the 5. Wait,
Okay,
one turn Riichi.
that's
Is that
interesting.
I think it's a very debatable sort of meme, I guess, in the Mahjong community. I don't agree with waiting one turn before you reach to see what's going to happen, but that's what we've seen here. Sumo Gyuri reach.
It's interesting. I wonder what convinced her to. I thought maybe if she was not going to reach immediately, she would just continue to stay Dama. But if she finds Ipatsumo after waiting one turn, then we'll know that it was the correct strategy.
Yes. We did not, though.
Okay, so the question remains.
I'm trying to think what the upgrade was like. Maybe Sanshoku, but that's a long shot. If you drew the 8, you'd have the 6-8 weight for 6-7-8 Sanshoku. But that's such a long shot, and also no, I'm wrong. That is so far from Sanshoku, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I don't.
What I would be thinking in that spot, if I'm trying to put myself in her shoes, I can't see any of the Dora, and that concerns me. Although I have a Yaman Riichi 4-7, so it's not a good one, right? I've already got 2 4-so in hand, and it's the central weight. It's not a very good weight either. And again, without the presence of the Dora, I worry that I'll get fought by the person who has the Dora and can use central tiles like the 4-7. So as we see, these 7-sos are getting pulled in by other players, and that's actually a tempai for
Hinata. Reach here, yes.
Yeah, she'll chase. And this was the concern. You're going to get fought by the person who...
Minase is also tempai, but she's chosen not to reach this one. I don't think she has a Yaki with that reach, but her weight would be a pair weight, unfortunately. Even with Dora 2, waiting on the... No? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's still Ishantan, but...
I'm being really dim today. Oh well.
Yeah, and we'll deal in now. Riichi, Dora, Uda. Or rather, I think I might have counted the original indicator as the Uda indicator. So really just Riichi, Dora.
Yeah. Riichi, Dora. But still, that is more than enough to gain the position.
Yeah, Kurata will take over second place. So I can also think from Yamawaki's perspective that, you know, she can always use the Dora if she draws it, as long as she stays Dama. However, something convinced her to just slam the Riichi anyway. Maybe she said, you know, this is just too passive, and I needed to take the Riichi in the first place, and chose to make it one turn later. That's typically what I do. I'm like, I feel like I'm playing too passively, and so then I'll just slam the Riichi once I realize I make a mistake. But certainly that's just my perspective.
Definitely I don't know yet. I need time to think.
Yeah, should I Riichi? Should I Dama? Well, let's just Dama for now, and I can think about it longer. And as it goes around, I'm like, okay, I should be Riichi. So then I Riichi.
Yeah, I definitely used to do that a lot. And then after a few times of just missing out on winning because I didn't have a Yaku, and someone discards the tile need.
When in doubt, usually it's not bad to Riichi.
Yeah,
that's a rule of thumb I learned from Corak.
Yes. I think the maths checks out to be, what's like 3 hand or more bad weight. You can Dama, otherwise reach. And then with a good weight, it's much more heavily favored towards reach.
Even with no other value, it's still pretty strongly favored as long as you have a good weight.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, if your weight's bad, as long as you've got, I think if we talk about expected value, it's still better to reach with 1 or 2 hand only.
Right.
Like, even Riichi only is better to reach, unless you can find a lot of upgrades and stuff, you know. There are other circumstances. But yeah. Should really restudy.
We shift back around.
Hit the books again. But yes, we move on to the South round. And it's still kind of a 3-horse race. I'm not counting Minase out. Oinuma can lose this, but right now it's her game to lose, not anyone else's game to win.
Rather, Oinuma picking up a lot of pairs, unfortunately. Yeah. I'm always a little sad to have multiple pairs in my dealer turn. I want to build something a little more standard.
I do love 7 pairs as a hand, but I have to accept that it's not the best hand.
I mean,
I
certainly
might like it, but
it will be valuable if she can complete it. Just needs to draw into
Yes.
Tenpai.
exactly so.
Also, she had the South pair, I believe. And unfortunately, that's Mochi
Yes.
Mochi with Yamawaki, who also has a South pair. So G-Toy might just be the best path here.
If that is the case, are we going to see the West get kept over something else? She's thinking about it. Because the West might make a very good weight if we are following that Chitoitsu path. It's been cut once, I believe, by Kurata, which means, in theory, that because no one's called it, maybe the other two are in the wall. I was talking about this to Gemma earlier, and it is maybe a bit sort of a cult, perhaps. But especially if it's a Yakuhai pair, a Yakuhai that gets played and not called.
Yeah, no, I think
then,
there's definitely something to that.
but yes, moving on, everyone still one away. Well, not everyone, unfortunately. What would I do in situations like this? At the end of row 1, this hand has not gone anywhere.
I wonder if I should just cut away from an extra block, like 7-9 pin, or even 4 pin. Yeah, 7-9
Even
pin.
4 pin, yeah. I think 4 pin might have been my discard in that situation. But I'm never 100% confident in situations like that. I always feel like there's something not quite right.
Yeah, I think she just wants to cut away from a bad shaped block and say, you know, if I get to Tanya, then maybe I want this 3-3-3-4 shape to improve.
And that 3-mark is a huge upgrade for her.
Took a while, but finally got the really, really helpful draws to the hand. Or Oinuma, do we ever call for Toy Toy? Maybe if we see 4-mon.
I might have called the South, I'm not sure. But there's so many pairs that are just going to be really hard to find triplets of. We do see the calls, though. That's pawn number 1.
And she still has hoped, of course, for the South to come out. But it turns out she will not be seeing that, and it's a Riichi from Minase.
Pair weight on the 2-pin and North there.
Very good weight.
We do see one North discarded, and the other North's here. Oh, it is North, right? I'm not going crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
And a door in hand, so...
So we do see all remaining Norths, unfortunately. But that, I believe, is it. Yeah, dealing it on the 2-pin.
Oh, Ura-san!
Oh my! Oh no! Wait, that's just one, right? Wait, no, I missed. I mean, I was looking at the door and not the Iridora.
Yeah, there's a triplet of the 3-mon, and that's going to be a huge swing. Oh, Oinuma was really going for it all, but now it's a game. We've got a complete reversal of fortunes. Minase back into things.
Oinuma's going to lose,
Absolutely.
and now there's a real chance of that happening.
And Minase gets her dealership with a little momentum to back her up.
So if we're talking about the gap between first place and second place in the league in this group right now, literally a Mangan Sumo will do it. Almost.
Just Riichi, good things will happen.
Yeah, Mangan Sumo and a Riichi stick. If Minase gets it.
What a gorgeous high pie. This is Ishanten from the high pie.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Couldn't have asked for something better. And you know, we talked
of
Ooh.
Already
also Kuchiki.
Ishanten.
This is a better Ishanten than Minase's Ishanten.
Yeah. Oh my.
Between
you keep the 3-pin, right? You cut 2-mon, right?
Certainly.
Yeah, you have to, yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, how about this high pie?
Maybe she's just like taking a moment to think about it. Maybe this is where the mind games come in, perhaps.
You're uncertain what to
basically
cut.
already complete. But what?
Dora Kutsuki.
And that is Tenpai. Are we going to see a turn to reach? We are. So Riichi Pinfu with 1 Dora.
And if you're Minase, you have to be wondering, like, how was I not the first? I was Ishanten from turn 1. But certainly we're going to see her fight.
Oh, yeah.
It's Tenpai, it is, but she has to drop the Dora, and she slams it, no fear. I see your second turn, Riichi, and I'll challenge you with a Dora Ipatsu turn.
Brave. I guess the 3-pin was the reach tile, so at least we've ruled out the 4-5-pin shape. But Brave,
Yeah, it's
especially with early Riichis, I think they're less likely to be two-sided weights like that.
right.
Like 4-5. So maybe it could have been a 6-pair.
Oh, and she's gonna get it
but
too.
it was no Uridora, not this time. But
Riichi
nice
Hudora 1. No Tanyao. It's not quite the monster hand, not quite the Mangon, but aside from Kurata, who also was wondering, really? I got chased immediately. My hand was so good.
You were thinking Minase's out of this game. You were wrong.
Oh no, this is everything to play for now. And remember at the start of the game when she was down to 5,600 points, we were saying, she desperately needs a hand, but these tiles aren't it. It can be really hard to stay patient and believe that you will be able to, draw the tiles you need later in the game, but she didn't deal in at all. She waited for her chance and has certainly found it here in her second dealership.
Exactly so. Yeah, there's a reason why they call her the Mini Devil Cinderella. Which I love as a nickname. But yeah. Apparently her favorite yak is Pure Sequence. That Ipeko. Which is as I said, I like Ipeko. I just don't like running for it. I don't, it's never worth aiming for. But it's nice when it happens, right? And you get to get an extra hand for free because the tiles just happen to line up that nice way.
Yeah, I feel like I always end up on that sort of 7, 8, 8, 9, 9 shape.
Yes.
Pinchan Ipeko with 1 RD in your hand, and I can never win that, so I never aim for it. And then whenever I cut away from the shape that would move in that direction, then I always draw the 7.
That's where the 7 comes, yeah.
Yeah,
that's fair. But that's the thing, 7, 8, 9, 9 is just kind of inefficient, right?
Right.
And you're, I think, more likely to draw an 8 or a 9 than you are to draw the 7 there.
4 tiles versus 3.
Also versus 3, exactly. Which is nice. Sometimes having a triplet is actually what you really want, so yeah.
But it is a nice boost to your value, and goodness, with the scores this close, any additional Han that you can squeeze in would be worth a lot. Looking at Minase's hand again, we've got June Pair, Pay Triplet, maybe Honitsu, but you have to cut away from the 3-4 pin, which accepts the Dora 2 pin.
Exactly so.
Doesn't seem like
an
optimal play.
Almost like a pairs round here.
Oh,
too many players have too many pairs.
As you say,
might see people start pawning, but
yeah, Yamawaki pulls one in. Oinuma will cut away from the pairs.
That's entirely reasonable.
All right, decision time.
You don't need to keep.
Yeah, she has all the blocks for Honitsu. She's just Ishantet for her closed Honitsu. And decides, even though the shapes are bad, that should go for it.
Yeah, Kurata's Tenpai for 7 pairs, I think, waiting on the 7 of bamboo. Not a likely tile to win. In fact, I think we see no 7 of bamboos remaining. But Tenpai's Tenpai. And of course, the second you cut the 4, you draw the 2. Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry.
This is Mahjong in a nutshell.
2 comes out. Oh, it's a 6 they're waiting on. And they could have had the Ipatsu Sumo.
Oh, that's a shame for Kurata. We'll take the Tanyao Tsumo Chitoi. That's 6,400 in total, plus the Honba.
This is why I'm a Reach Chitoi defender, for the record.
Yeah, I can certainly understand not reaching a 6-0 weight, but it would have earned her Hanuman, so.
But I do think if you're going to make Chitoi, you probably should reach, because it's worth so many more points. To get the reach, to get the potential Ipatsu, to get the Era 2. Ideally, you want to get a better 8 than 6, so before you do that, of course.
Yeah, and I think that's really what was happening. She just said, the second I draw anything better than a 6-0, I'll slam a Riichi, and she just happened to draw the 6-0 instead and get the Tsumo. It's not the worst thing in the world because she is in second place with her dealership coming, and a very good chance at first, but it does sting a little bit to miss out on Hanuman.
Yeah, exactly so. And yeah, there's no, you can't see the wall. You don't know you're gonna draw it.
It's very easy to look at that with the hindsight and say, I should have Riichi'd. I would have had Hanuman, but realistically, the chances were very low that Sumo comes in immediately, and when she reaches, she's completely vulnerable on a bad weight, so...
Yes, exactly.
We'll take the points and see what happens in the next round. South Dora, exciting.
Though I don't think we see any of them, right?
No, I think, okay, one here for...
There's one here.
But the rest are in the wall. Oh, never mind, one in Minase's hand.
Yeah, if I was Oinuma, would I want to make a half flash there? I'd be thinking about it. I know I shouldn't, but I'd be letting the voices like control me a little bit. Just
I mean,
hey, what if we draw like more honor tiles?
certainly,
What if we draw the cell?
certainly you should think about it. And just allow the draws to move you in that direction.
There's a 5-pin. It's happening.
Yeah, if the draws come your way, then why not? But if the draws are signaling something else, then you have to give that other option a chance. Don't force the Honitsu, but leave it as an option.
Yeah. Like some of the earlier hand we were talking about where we drew Dora, and we're like, oh, okay, time to use a Dora then.
Maybe we just tried nothing but pizza for the next
There's
round.
another useful tile. Oh my!
9-pin Anko.
Well, everyone is actually very quickly progressing here.
Yeah, an interesting
No one is
choice.
stalling.
How long do we hold this 8-mon?
Yeah. I think I would have gotten rid of the 8-man first, personally. I know we have no pairs in the hand, but I don't be waiting on the 8-man to make a pair.
Yeah, it
I'd
does
be
have
more than happy to.
a decent amount of utility. As you said, could be a pair candidate. Ah, we found our actual pair. Not going to hold the 8-mon for Ipeiko chance.
Probably
Notably.
dreaming about Itsu there, I'm not going to lie. That with the 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8.
Yeah, exactly.
I know it's a long shot. And the odds are that 5 virtually goes out anyway, but I'd be keeping that long shot in the back of the back pocket, because now we've got the 6. We'd have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, it would also be Tenpai, and I think we'd be taking it.
Yeah, that's fair. Hitting on the 3 so.
Oh my, this is also Tenpai.
Also Itsu.
Riichi Itsu waiting 3-pin. Oh, speaking of 3-pin, that fits nicely into Oinuma's hand. She might have Itsu in the future, and we're going to see a battle now.
So 3-pin versus 4-pin versus a not complete hand, but a very exciting one if it were to. Oh, well. We might be seeing a bit more defense, though, from Oinuma. She isn't first after all. Dealing in something bad here in South 3 would probably be the difference between first place potentially and maybe even last. So.
Sanzo. Come out. Yamawaki without any defense here will deal in, and it's another dealer win for Kurata. Should pick up 2,000 points.
Cheap, but Kurata now gets into first place by 200 points.
Ooh.
And Minase, right on Yamawaki's tail.
Yeah, we talked about the head-to-head for the two teams that are leading the division. All Sirius and Team Aokei. It is now really important that one places above the other, right? They'll be looking at each other's scores.
Even if it's the difference between third, fourth, and fourth, third, like even just like if both of them get bad results, the one that gets the worst result is going to be, it's weird to say, like, but third place here might be a win,
right?
For them.
I just finished playing an entire tournament, a set play tournament, and these all or South 3 conditions are just so exciting and interesting.
Yeah, this is one of the things about Mahjong, because it's the whole game is in flux at all times. It's really fun because you don't normally see the same situation exactly twice.
As the leader here by only 200 points, you're certainly not feeling comfortable, so she's going to try to extend this lead as much as she can.
Yeah, exactly so.
As these initial tiles fly by,
the south is cold.
And it's double south. Yamawaki. Actually, double south, and I wonder if she has any door in her hand. I didn't quite get a peek.
I don't think there's the only east I've seen is this one, I believe, for the dealer. Could be wrong, but I didn't see an east.
Okay, so just the double south and Ishalten. I like the idea of drawing a 5-so for Yamawaki, shifting down to 4-5-6 Sachoku. Unfortunately, Minase is blocking that off with 3 5-so in her own hand.
Yeah, a really interesting shape. I always talk about this a lot because I always forget about it. Is the 4-4-5-6-6-8 that we see right here. Eventually, we get rid of it because this is really, really nice. But you want to go for the pure sequence. Ipeko is lovely, but you can also make 4-5-6-6-7-8 if you drew the 7. So it's always something worth considering. Maybe not keeping to the very end because it is still kind of slow with the overlap between the two shapes. But early on,
That's a very good
something
shape.
I always used to forget. Yeah, it's subtle, but it adds an extra 3 tiles to your weight
Certainly.
by keeping it in mind. 2 away for Oinuma.
We could see Gianpeko. That would be absolutely fantastic.
Gemma mentioned this yesterday. She said Ipoko is undervalued. I wonder what your opinion is on that.
Ipeko?
No, Gianpeko.
Gianpeko? Yes, I agree. I certainly agree.
You
It's
agree?
so hard.
Interesting.
It's so hard to win.
Okay.
It should be worth more than 3 hod.
I think that's fair. But also my counter argument is that because you never just get Ipeko, Gianpeko, you usually get it with Pinfu, you usually get it with like a few other things, right? But yeah,
If
three
you
on its
get it
own.
with Pinshu, then the Gianpeko wasn't guaranteed. So
That's true. That's true. I suppose. I guess it doesn't have to be true. You could have like the. Oh no, you're right. You're right. Yeah. But at the same time, I don't know.
I don't know. It's I keep thinking as Minase does about her Tempai. I keep thinking, ooh, hang on a second. There's a door pair. We'll save this thought for later. So
we haven't seen any of the other Easts, but East Door 3 would be really good for the dealer there. And we do keep seeing more pairs get drawn by Oinuma. We get rid of the 2-man pair. We draw a 9-so pair.
I'm guessing she's thinking about 4-pin, 3-pin here. Still just hedging everything.
Yeah, Junchan would be amazing if we can pull the 9-pin and get for the outside hand there.
Tough choices continue for Minase. Now she can cut the 4-man or the 6-man and have a diamond weight. Or okay, we'll slum Riichi.
4-7 is the choice. I wonder what the stats are on that. Do people prefer 4-7 or 3-6?
I imagine
it might just be based on the tiles discarded. But yes,
I think, yeah, I imagine it has something to do with what has been discarded by other players. I think we see 1 3-man. I don't know. That's hard to tell. It's the hand across whether that's a 3-man or a 2-man or a 5-man.
Yeah, we are going to see a kind of fold here. It doesn't necessarily guarantee it's a fold, but our dealer, even though she's got Dora 2, maybe we don't push too much just yet. Maybe. And that is going to shut down the potential Junchan here.
Yeah, notably, we have Yamawaki with 2 calls, right? So she is in a vulnerable spot. Oh, that 5-man would have dealt in.
I think Kurata drawing the 9-pin just now actually puts her 1 away from Tempai. So if someone does draw and let's say, I don't know, our Riichi player here draws and plays the East, it's over. Okay, well, never mind.
And this is big.
Do you think we were going to see?
I think dealer would have fought, probably.
Yeah. But doesn't matter now because we have a small transfer between 4th place and 3rd place.
Yeah, it is important that it was a direct transfer. So now going into all last, the gap just under 12,000 points, or rather 11,200 points now. And that means that Minase needs a Mangan Sumo to surpass Yamawaki for 3rd.
Either get a Mangan Sumo or, alternatively, just win a cheap hand to stop Yamawaki from getting outside of 3rd place. I wonder if that's... I wonder what... It depends what we see, I suppose, for Minase's
Yeah, it'll be very
draws.
important, these initial draws.
But I do think making sure Yamawaki doesn't go from 3rd place to 1st and get an extra, I believe, 50 points, is it? Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I think it's 2010, so it would be going from a -10 to a +35 with the Oka factored in. So, yes, making sure Yamawaki doesn't score 45 points is going to be quite significant, I think. Obviously, if you can get a position yourself and win points, that's even better, but
Minase's hand
almost
looked
like this
pretty good from the start. So, a chance perhaps for a Mangan Sumo. Kurata also incentive to go fast. She has the south pair. Dora comes out from the dealer.
everyone has a pretty decent hand apart from Oinuma, unfortunately, but she is still in a position she could fight for maybe first if she can squeeze a little bit of points. But
After that initial big 6,000 all, Oinuma's really struggled to, with the draws haven't come her way. Her initial hype have been rather challenging, and they haven't been getting much better. You can see that entire row of just terminals and honors, and the hand still is looking rough. Not the same for Minase, though. She is progressing really nicely.
yeah, that looks like my discard pool. Just, I keep drawing terminals that aren't next to anything else in the hand. Great.
Yan Shanten for Yamawaki. Obviously, her goal is to get over 30k into first. There's a straightforward path to it as well.
Yeah, Minase does get a good draw there, but it is definitely feels like a two-horse race here between these two players.
Chitsumo Pihu Tanya with an Uda. Minase would do it. There she is. Ishanten just slams that door out and does not need Dora.
Yeah, at this point you have nothing to lose. And that is, I believe, Tenpai. But waiting on the 5-pin, so not worth reaching. She's keep holding it back. Kurata. Also not worth taking a massive risk. And also spending 1,000 points. By reaching, Kurata would be sent down to 29k, which is potentially game-losing.
Yeah, she's considering cutting the 6-pin there and playing the double Yonenke shape, the 4-tile sequence shape in 2 different suits, but values the chance to just sumo and end the game in first. So she'll just hold the Tenpai for now. But not Riichi, again, as you said, she wants to call the south or draw 1-4 pin and have a Shampo wait.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily about Dharma having like a higher win rate or anything like that. I think it's just genuine, or even dealing in. I think it's just if we reach and Minase wins, then Kurata finishes below Oinuma.
Yeah.
I think it's just that simple. But there's the call.
And this is solves all her problems. Now she can win without having to Riichi, and you don't want to throw 1,000 points in, as you said.
We do see two of the 1 pins already gone, and we see quite a few of the 4 pins in people's hands. But
and this is,
I guess, wait on Dora, you might as well.
This is where if she had the 2 so still in her hand, she probably would have chosen to wait 2-5 so instead of 1-4 pin, because the value of the hand doesn't matter so much as just claiming first place, I think.
Yes, exactly so. That what the 5k Oka means that plus 5k goes from everyone at the start of the game and then goes to the winner, so it's effectively plus 15.
Look at this. Dian Peiko Ishanten once again.
Minase has not given up, and I can respect that, honestly. I wish you luck. I want to see this comeback. Last minute recovery.
3-mon, 4-pin, 3-mon, 4 pins, 8 pins, not it.
Not quite.
And of course, she also has other draws, 7-pin, 6-mon also will give Tenpai. Triplets as well, 2-mon, 8-mon, all work. So many draws for Tenpai, but will she find one? We're in the 3rd row. 9 so, that doesn't quite do it. Ooh, do we switch off of the door? Wait, yes. Minase says there are more 2s and 5s than 1s and 4s.
Exactly so. And yeah, you don't necessarily need to win points, but just need to win the game. So the right thing to do.
Yamawaki probably doesn't mind dealing into the open hand too much. Oh, and just then the 1 pin comes out, a tragedy. But who knows if it actually comes out otherwise.
Yeah, that 1 pin would never come out had it not been played earlier. There's no way. There's no way. 3-6 is an option now. In the bamboo. Although I think we've seen 1-6 discarded.
Yeah, and I
to
don't.
our right there.
With all the Dora out, the 2-pink becomes a lot less valuable in other players' hands, so I don't necessarily mind waiting on it. Like, normally you don't want to wait on tiles near Dora, but no one's using the Dora.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. When the door is sort of the threat has been neutralized. Yeah, exactly.
Oinuma might just have to jam the 5-pin or 7-mon out here just to find a Tempai. I mean, this 1-2 shape is not good, but...
The 5-pin is now safe, of course. It wasn't earlier, but now it is, thanks to the weight switch.
I mean, if we just treat this hand as Kutsuki with a diamond, you could throw it back. But yeah, the 5-pin's going to come out. And it's safe because of the weight switch, but...
It wasn't safe before, exactly.
Yeah, just barely missing out. This is 2 times in a row now that Kurata has made a discard and then had Oinuma drop the deal in, what would have been the deal in immediately afterwards.
It's his Tempai, I think.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Waiting on the Sozu shape. That bamboo.
I think.
And once again, Minase just keep trying to... She hasn't stopped trying to get into Tempai, but just hasn't quite worked out. If she keeps the 7, she'd be free 10, but yes, I think making sure to stay Tempai at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's still Ishan. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Minase's trying her best. There's a 3, so it deals in. This could be the end of the match if she plays it.
I find it hard to believe that she can't. I mean, there aren't many draws remaining, and she needs to win the hand.
Like, arguably, maybe 2-mon could get played. Still keep keeping the 2-3-4, 3-4-5.
6-pin, wow.
I guess she's gambling on Yamawaki being Tempai. That would mean we go again.
I mean, it's also a challenge because if Yamawaki is Tempai and Minase isn't, it's a 3,000 point swing. Minase plays 1,500 directly to Yamawaki, so it makes the comeback condition even harder. It might be in her favor to end the game, giving the win to Kurata.
Is that Tempai? I think that was a 9-man,
This should be
right?
Tempai, yes. 5-9.
Yes.
Yamawaki will get there on her last draw. Discards away, and 2 players Tempai.
The gap between third place and 4th place increases by 3,000 points.
And now, we'll have this question: should Minase have dealt in? She'll be wondering that. It all depends on what happens in this next dealer round. Does Yamawaki win a big hand to take over first place?
Exactly so. Still, the gap is 14,000. Sorry, 14,200 points with Yamawaki in the dealer seat. Does kind of mean that maybe a Mahjong Sumo is still almost enough, with Yamawaki paying the dealer side of that penalty. But we'll see. We'll see how things shape up. As Yamawaki's hand here looks... Wow. I hate to say questions like, were these tiles shuffled? But, come on. That's so good.
It is an insane set of tiles. I mean, Minase also had a couple great high pies, so it's Yamawaki's turn, I guess.
Minase opens up with Dora 2 South, though.
That is...
Potentially South Dora 3 would be a Mahjong, at least.
Mm-hmm.
A Mahjong Sumo and a Riichi stick, I believe, is more than enough to take at least Yamawaki's position.
Yeah, and imagine drawing the South triplet closed and just staying Dama and sniping Yamawaki.
That would be very nice, also. There it is!
Oh! That's huge. Well, I mean, then you can Riichi South, Door 3. Tsumo's Hanemon, that would work. 3.
Yeah, that could be first place. Right? Yes. No? No.
Oh, certainly.
I'm getting...
Hane Tsumo will be... okay, probably...
Plus 12,000, minus 6,000, 18,000 swing. It's not quite enough, but...
Just short because of even the home bus not going to work. Okay, exactly. If Kurata Riichis and then Minase gets that, then it will work.
Okay, counterpoint. Hear me out here. You can call me crazy if you like. But what if... Okay. What if Oinuma plays the South And Minase can't.
Now that South door 4. I guess there's no other Yaku in the hand, right? It's not double South.
It would just be South door 4 for now, yeah.
You'd be relying on the flip board. Just draw Uncle.
Or, yeah, that would work too. I think maybe we just reached this. I think this hand's close enough to tempo. We don't need to worry about calling anything. I think we just...
If you had X-ray vision on the next door indicator, and you knew what it was, then certainly. Pulp for Kurata, Ishanten. Concealed triplet of the Red Dragon in hand. But all eyes on Minase's potential Hanuman.
Yeah, we do see some very disciplined play from Oinuma, choosing not to discard the South as long as possible. We do see this reach, though, so it is waiting on 6-9 of Bamboo with South Door 3.
Sumo?
No Carning available now, but South Door 3 Sumo? Yeah, exactly.
Comes into second place.
South Door 3 Sumo? I mean, yeah, I want to dream.
Yeah, 2, 3?
Yeah, exactly. That'd be very nice.
June,
just
all right.
Flip another East as door indicator. Yes, that'd be so funny.
This is a tough spot for Yamawaki, who cannot deal in, because surely Minase is reaching with enough value to overtake. But are you really willing to just fold here? Kurata decides that she doesn't want to have anything to do with this hand, understanding that it's likely that Oinuma will also fold away. So if it goes to Ryukyoku, then Kurata will remain in first.
Playing devil's advocate for Minase right now, the only tile she can sumo on is the 9 of Bamboo. We see all 4 of the 6 of Bamboo in this hand and the next one we're saying. Yes, so it is going to be a tough job. It's a tough ask for Minase to draw that 9. There's only 4 tiles remaining, but...
How many 9s so in the wall? I don't think we saw any in those previous 2 hands.
Oh, there's a 3. It rules out a 4-5 shape, right? People won't be playing a 6. That's not going to happen.
Certainly. I mean, Yamawaki is Ishanten. All 4 9s so in the wall to draw. With the Gyakuten Sumo.
I'm holding my breath. I shouldn't be. I'm getting excited.
Oh, Tenpai, will you take the Shabble Riichi? Yes!
Okay, it is a battle. Yamawaki all in.
Forso has just been drawn. That's all the remaining Forso.
Oh, but at least she's tempo though. So even if this goes to exhausted draw, the game will continue.
That's true. One pin the other side.
It's all about the 9. So
yeah, really, where are they?
There's 4 of them.
One pin also once discarded, so I think 1 is in the wall. And it's 1 versus 4 in the wall right now. Huge odds to Minase, but she has to wonder, if Kurata or Oinuma drops it, do you take the Ron?
A really good question. I don't know. I don't think you can.
You need Ura
maybe
in that instance.
But by taking the Ron, you're giving Yamawaki's team 10 more points.
There's the last 1 pin. Only tiles for Minase
giving
in the wall.
Yamawaki's team 20 more points, in fact. Because they're going from a -10 to a +10 in the Uma.
It's true. She can't take the Ron from Oinuma because of the Riichi stick from Yamawaki.
But yeah, unless because the difference between 3rd and 4th is actually quite small, but the difference between 3rd and 2nd is bigger, I believe, by 10 points. So it's it's definitely
really
something to consider. I think I actually would have to skip Ron. It makes me feel really bad, but I think that's the right move tactically.
How have we not seen any 9 so?
Where are they?
Are they all dead-walled? Surely not. East is safe.
Mahjong is a cruel game, but surely not. Surely not.
2 draws remaining. She's not going to do the Tsumo. 1 more chance. Oh, considering a call here to shift the Haite. Does she want to shift the Haite? She considers. Yes.
It's also a very marginal chance of getting the Tenpai, right? Maybe. You'd have to pawn.
Safety from Yamawaki, and the last draw will go to Oinuma. It's the
9.
So.
You see one of them. It's not going to get played.
No,
Surely
Haku's
not.
gonna come
No.
out, but that chi prevented Yamawaki from dealing in on Hote.
That's true. I hadn't considered that. Oh my.
And thank you for the chat. We saw it at the end there. The nines had gotten pulled. I'd forgotten about that earlier. But
Oh.
there was only one ninth of the wall. It was the last one in the wall.
The chi changed her order, so it didn't deal in. That is, oh my goodness.
Because we saw Kurata reaching for the draw and said, "Wait a second. I think I don't want Yamawaki drawing the last tile." And with that, it will be another draw, and we'll see another round. Yamawaki will retain the dealership, and breathes a sigh of relief. Also, because I mean, Oinuma is the one who knows that Yamawaki would have dealt in, but oh my goodness!
I think everyone knows at this point, right? Because the Shasisura hand was tempai, right? So because she showed the hand was tempai, waiting on that 9. Oh wait, no.
Oinuma was the one who drew the tile, so she's the only one that knows. But maybe after the game, she'll share that info.
Yes. I didn't. I not considered the fact that you didn't have to show your hand if you're not tempai.
Yeah, and
we do see a lightning fast call from Oinuma.
Because there's 2 Riichi sticks and 2 Honba, Oinuma just needs to win a 1-hon hand and she'll take over first place.
Exactly so. This is where the situation is constantly changing. Oh, I just feel really bad for Minase, though.
She had such a gorgeous hand, and now second call from Oinuma. She's racing towards that win.
Yeah. It's the right thing to do, for sure.
I mean, chance for Minase as well. She draws well. Riichi Pihu Ipe Kotora would do it.
She's not the only one going for it. Kurata with a very decent start here. And to be honest, even Yamawaki has a good shout in his hand. Goodness. It's times like this start getting really stressed. We see a lot of repeats at the very end of the game.
The conditions keep changing as a Riichi stick gets added or a Honba gets added.
Precious just to end the match. It's like I need something to happen. I've been waiting so long for something to happen.
Yeah, it was like the pressure release valve at
finally
this point.
Sees a 9, so.
Sanshoku.
Sanshoku 79. Definitely worth aiming for. Yamawaki getting a nice side grade there. Not only close to tempai, but with much more tiles that get a next step across. Yeah, this 79 Sanshoku, it's awkward, right? Because you don't want to, you can't call it. One hand is not enough for Minase.
Even 2 Han.
And exactly.
But her play is very straightforward from this point. Just draw a discard until you've drawn a 7 pin or a 7 so. Or rather 7 mon.
It's situations like that though. I just look at things and I'm like, I'm never going to draw that 7, am I? Do you see 3 of the 7s require 4 of the 7s actually, because the 7 is a door indicator, of course, the 7 pin. So 3 7 pins are known. At least 1 7 mon is known.
Confirms a safe tile in the Chun.
Yeah, we see 2 of the 7 mons as well. So there's 3 tiles, and she needs to draw 2 of them to win.
This is Tempai. Kurata.
Indeed.
Is this a hand
you
want to
reach now? This isn't like the last time where the Riichi stick would put it underneath Oinuma. So you could reach this now. That is viable, and I think probably the right thing to do. I would cut the 7 of bamboo. Wait on the 4.
Nakatsuchi trap, because we cut the 1 so already. That's clever.
And that is exactly what we're going to see. Obviously, you shouldn't trust the Suji of the Reach tile, but, you know, it is the best option we have available. And this is also Tempai. We're going to see a Pursuit Reach. Ooh.
It is going to be a chase. So maybe some tension there, and
yeah, Waki's weight is better.
Such a crazy situation. Yeah, Yamawaki chasing Minase's Riichi in the hand before. Now chasing Kurata's Riichi the hand after. 4-so versus 4-7, so advantage to Yamawaki here.
The game does. The rule set we are running around the TV rules, and I think I'm pretty sure it does have a head bump.
Yes.
I'm going to quickly triple check this. There is head bump. So if the 4-so is discarded, it will go to Kurata, not Yamawaki.
Oinuma
Something to
now
keep in mind.
in the awkward situation of having called twice and defending against 2 Riichis.
And we do see that 7, though. That 7 just sitting here
She was
in
expecting
Oinuma's hand.
Hatsupon, cut 7 so. However, oh, the 7 comes out, and that only deals into 1. That is Yamawaki, the dealer.
Do not flip Iridora, I don't think.
No,
Yeah, the
misses.
era is the 9 of characters. But the game's not over. That does mean a huge win, for now at least, for Team Sirius and Yamawaki.
Yeah, it's not...
I love the minus 3,000 plus 7,000, just because of how many reach sticks are on the table.
Right, it's not just the 1 in 50, it's 4 additional Riichi sticks. 2,400
Exactly so.
plus 600 Homba plus 4,000 in Riichi sticks. And Yamawaki has come all the way into first place in her last dealership.
So after being saved, rescued by Kurata calling that chi, Yamawaki now is in first place. I hope that after the game she's like, thanks. Sends them a gift basket or something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, shifting the draw. Usually you do it to prevent them from winning, but if it shifts the deal end, you're a lot more sad. In this case, it would have been ideal to allow Yamawaki to have the Haite draw. It just you never know, right?
Oh yeah, no, it was the right call to make at the time. Absolutely, to deny Yamawaki her final draw, absolutely the right move. But they're going to watch this back. Someone on their team is going to watch this back, if not watching it live, and they're going to pass on the information of you avoided a horrific fate.
And I mean, consider this: Kurata still is in the best position to take first place away from Yamawaki. Score-wise, there are 3 Homba, so that makes things even easier. The gap only 3,300. But if you consider the Homba, that gets lessened.
Yes, we're going to see Oinuma desperately trying to win something, going for that half flush.
Half flush, Dora, Yakuhai, it's a Mangan.
Yeah, you can make a Mangan there.
It's a path to first.
Mangan Sumo is enough to get first place, exactly so.
Even a Mangan Roan off of anybody is enough for first as well. With the Homba.
I don't know. I'm actually not sure Homba gets counted in this. Looking at these score transfers, they always seem to be multiples of thousands when a Mangan happens. So I don't think it counts Homba. I should check this. Give me a second. Let's look this up. So I have the rule here.
It is going to be a challenge here for Kurata to build his hand. It has the Dora, right? Riichi Dora 1. That's pretty solid, but the other shapes, the remaining shapes, are a little weak. And Yamawaki is moving straight towards a tateniu type hand. That would not hurt for her to collect a few more points.
I'm not seeing anything specifically talking about that. We'll ask Jen about that another time. But yes, such a rare thing that comes up.
Yeah, I do.
What have I missed in this tense moment?
Dora drawn by Minase. She needs a Dora, but also needs a Tuso to connect to it.
Yes. Yeah, if I'm Minase, I'm not sure what I want to do. I definitely would want to specifically target Yamawaki. I don't think I could just go all in, though. I think I would have to specifically target that one player.
Yeah,
just because it's going to be so hard to gain a position. The best you can maybe do is deny your direct opposition position. Maybe that's really the best thing I could think of doing in this situation.
I guess there's also the consideration to just play for yourself.
There's that too, of course. Yes.
The Tuso draw was a huge pickup. I think that was the last Tuso. Challenge still for Kurata. None of these draws are amazing. The 4-mod gives you the 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 8 shape, which you don't really want to drop the 8, but in this situation, he's trying to hedge other shapes. So
exactly so.
Willing to lose the acceptance of the 7-mod.
Yeah, it's always a quite like we can talk about how good shapes are, but sometimes there are other options and they're better. And this seems to be paying off for her, though. The last two draws were very good.
I was going to say tempo I found for Yamawaki, but no, Riichi will snipe a tateniu.
Yamawaki gets to claim yet another victim.
2,000 points plus the Homa becomes 2,900.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Minase. The fact that you were that close. I feel really guilty now of watching it happen, you know?
Well, now for Yamawaki, this is a really big win to at least confirm that her competition is pretty far away from catching up. However, there's another question, that is, can she hold on to the first place? I saw the players looking up the timer. These games go to 80 minutes, and I think this game's actually pretty close to that 80-minute time limit, so this may very well be the last hand of the game, unless it goes very quickly.
Yes, once the time runs out, they finish the hand they're playing and then play one more after that point. So, if this isn't the last one, it might be the second to last, perhaps.
And can Yamawaki
Which does
hold
mean
on?
Exactly, can Yamawaki hold on? That's the question. I don't think Minase can ever get above Yamawaki, but it's still worth trying to win a hand. Maybe it's worth trying to target, but maybe not. I don't know. We did talk about at the start of the stream. She was in 25th place individually with a score of 111.7. That's going to be hit a little bit here, unfortunately. But I'm cheering for you. You can make it. You can make it not so bad. You can get to the final, the individual final. I mean, as we move on.
And I wonder if she's got more games to play as well. Even if she takes a hit in this game, if she could come back in the next games as well.
Exactly so. I believe they have 5 more games. So the 2 more after this, and then 1 more session after that. So definitely they're putting the best player forward. Maybe she can win a few matches and get the individual score up as high as possible, for sure. Does look like everyone's going really fast here. Our dealer had a really good start, but she's not the only one. This is probably the weakest hand, unfortunately, for Kurata. But yes, already 1 away here for our dealer. We might, if the game's time has not run out, we might be here for at least 1 more hand.
He sheltered from this point could mean we get to sneak 1 more in. Kurata finds a great 7-pin. Now some decisions to make because the 8-pin currently acts as the pair.
I always look at that and I think 789 Sanshoki.
Oh my.
Sorry, 678 Sanshoki. But yes, maybe speed is more valuable, especially now we see the reach from the dealer.
And no Dama here. This is saying she feels comfortable in her position and she's going for points.
And why not, I suppose? It looks like the Sanshoki is going to be happening, but mainly because the 9 is the safest tile there. Trying to find a way to not only score points, but also do it in a way that doesn't deal in. This is 1 away, but the 7 is unchecked.
Well, she's checking it.
Yeah. Honestly, from Minase's position, she's got very little to lose. She might as well push.
Yeah, and this is honestly an opportunity for Minase. Having Yamawaki and Riichi normally is a scary thing, but from her perspective, she's just going to see this as a chance to take points, and Kurata will as well. Holds the Dama.
There's still that potential mixable sequence upgrade if we draw the 5 of pins there. I don't know how confident I feel about that, but I would want to at least consider it. How many points does Kurata have if she were to reach right now? It's just reached Dora 1, right?
Yes, reached Dora 1. I mean, there's 2,200 points as well. So 48 would not quite overtake. Sumo or direct hit would work.
So yeah, that's probably why we're seeing a little bit of a Dharma just for now, just in case we manage to get a little bit more value before maybe a pursuit Riichi occurs.
As you said, if she finds the Sanshoku, that will be enough points.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, that's the Sanshoku.
And there it is. So now we're going to see a reach. Reach cut 5-pin is a bit scary, but you could.
I think she would maybe Dama and snipe the 2 that is safe to the Riichi.
Yes, that's true.
Only 1.
If people are playing Tsuji. But no, it's Gembutsu's reach.
Mhm.
So yes.
Oh, the Dora, that's a tragedy. But we've jammed the 7, so... Okay, now willing to throw the door out.
Not yet. The 557 is also pretty awkward to make work, so I definitely respect maybe waiting a little bit just to guarantee at least I'm Tenpai before I make a push. But there's a 2-man. More points for Yamawaki. That is not an error flip. The error was the 3 of pins.
Ichipi Fudora. With all those
Absolutely.
combos as well.
Yeah. Very tidy. And is the game over? No, it looks like we're still going. Although that timer is going to be looming.
Yeah, just barely enough time for one more hand. Early enough Riichi to make it work, so now Yamawaki really just trying to run up the points as much as she can. Her last dealership has extended so long. The game was actually fairly quick up until this point, and she continues to win. A couple...
I think at the start of this game, we were talking about how Oinuma had this massive lead, and that, it's going to be really hard for anyone to overcome it. She's still doing very well. She's in second place, but...
So three pairs, 2 dragons, East pair, and an 8-man pair as well for Oinuma. So could be an exciting hand. Could be especially if she could draw triplets herself.
Kurata and Yamawaki do have a door to start off with, but yes.
Well, speaking of triplets,
very interesting for Oinuma. Yeah.
She let the first East pass and will not let the second one.
Yeah. I was wondering if maybe if Oinuma was going to get really spicy and keep all of the honor tiles. I've been very curious. Maybe all honors would have been quite an exciting thing to maybe consider going for. But Oinuma is mostly just playing to guarantee second place. It would be a small positive for her, and that is not a bad thing.
Yeah, if she draws the south, she can play for Honitsu, Toi Toi, Yakuhai, so on and so forth.
Minase is Tenpai now for 7 pairs. But is 7 pairs enough?
Just checking the score differences. We'll hold the Dama. 2 Sodora would be a great draw for her value.
Yes, we have to check to see how many of the Dora are available.
Tenpai for Kurata. Dama.
We see 2 of them there. So getting a pair of the Dora is going to be quite unlikely, but you never know. It's always worth trying to go for that one path to victory. As long as there is a path, try and walk it.
I mean, even Chitoi itself, Riichi, Tsumo, Chitoi, Uratu, is a Hanuman. Tenpai though for Oinuma.
The reach finally comes out. Yeah, I think that's fair. And it deals in, unfortunately. So, this will be the end of the game, because we finally managed to move away from South 4.
And what a great comeback from Yamawaki. Plus 52.9.
Yeah, what a match. The fact that it could have gone so wrong for her, but almost like the stars aligned. Like plot armor, almost. A specific sequence of events happened, which made her dodge, which is amazing.
It was, yeah, honestly incredible the way that works out. Unfortunately, Minase will finish in 4th. Had some really brilliant hands to try to come back to the game, but ends up falling a little bit short in the end. And
absolutely, that was really fun. And well done to Oinuma for getting 2nd place. Obviously, she had that really good start, but after dealing it, maybe she could have spiraled, but no, she kept it. She kept the lead.
Yeah.
Even though it did get reduced a little bit, but
after that first hand, she had really poor chances, honestly. And that's one of the big things that I look at is how patient players are in situations where they really want to win, but they're finding nothing.
Yeah, exactly so. But yeah, well played to everyone on this table. This was really fun to watch. And for the next game, I'll be swapping out with the wonderful Gemma.
I think people can tell the accents apart, even though I'm a girl and you're a boy. Just one common British accent to rule them all.
we didn't have Team UK to start us off in the first match, but we get a bit of the UK commentary duo in the intermediate zone.
And how are you doing, Nathanael?
I'm doing very well. Thanks so much, Chiral.
Yes, I'll leave you to it. But yeah,
See you soon.
thank you for having me, and have a good one, everybody.
What a fantastic first
Tell
game.
me, how was your trip to New York?
Oh, my trip to New York was fantastic. I got to, I got there a little bit late, so by the time I hit the Sparrow's Nest studio, it was empty. There were no auto tables in it. They had moved them to the venue next door for the tournament, but I did get a picture of the mural that I was looking for. And
Yeah, the mural's quite exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, the tournament itself was fantastic. Very well run invitational event. Of course, this was the US Invitational to determine its nominations for the WRC seats. And it was a very interesting format. There was set play, 9 sets, 9 2-game sets played over the course of 3 days. So very, very intense. A lot of Mahjong, very tiring days of Mahjong, but it was so much fun. The event was run really smoothly, so huge shout out to USPML that ran the event, and of course all the many helpers from not just USPML but many other places as well that came by and made the event just absolutely fantastic. I think a lot of players really enjoyed it.
And how did you place?
I placed 14th, which it's good enough to qualify. It's top 16. It was honestly my qualification chances came down to the last hand of the last Hanjong.
Wow.
And I got a bit fortunate in the way that it ended, and it caused a placement change that allowed me to hit my condition, and that was enough for me to qualify on tie breaks.
Congratulations!
Thank you. It was.
I look forward to seeing you in Tokyo in 6 months.
I'm so excited. We've talked so much during these Yukan Fuji Cup broadcasts. I'm really excited to meet you in person, and as well as a number of other people that I haven't had the chance to meet just yet.
And you could always become our first non-Japanese World Riichi champion. That would make me very happy.
I will admit I would also be very happy if that happened, but statistically speaking, those chances are relatively low.
That's not the way to look at it. You're going to win.
Okay. Maybe I'll as I prepare for the tournament, maybe my opinion will, my perspective will change.
There'd be nothing better than stealing that trophy from the Japanese on their own turf.
So honestly, though, for me, it's just, I've always wanted to visit Japan, and this is the perfect excuse to do it. I actually qualified, and I'm just more than thrilled to just attend. And
wow, that's lovely. But yeah, and you know what? The yen is weak as well, so it's good timing.
It is good timing. I'm hoping even as a result that I'll be able to stay longer than just the WRC event, and visit, maybe do a little tour.
Yeah, you have to get out of Tokyo as well. If anyone else is coming to the event, I recommend you put some dates in your diary either side to get out of Tokyo. Tokyo is not Japan. It's bright and it's colourful and it's noisy and it's amazing. But, Japan is a big country. Not as big as America, obviously, but it's a big country and it is worth visiting some of the less trodden parts to really get, that sort of, trying to think what kind of flavour you can get. A bit more like My Neighbor Totoro. I try to remember it in English, the Tonari no Totoro.
I see.
That sort of Studio Ghibli sort of vibe that you get when you watch those movies. Yeah. Anyway, I guess we've got a game to commentate now.
We do indeed. And of course the teams remain the same. But the players will be swapping out. Of course, we have had a very exciting first series, and the conditions are really unique because this is the penultimate session. It's the second to last session. So, in terms of the team tournament, things are taking shape finally. But for the players, it's going to be sort of interesting in terms of their individual standings, individual goals. So let's take a look at the players we have for game number 2. Looks like for this game, in the dealer seat for Team All Series, we have Mei. In the south seat, Ayana Yuzuki. In the west seat, Yuki Takeda. And finally in the north seat, Sakura Matsuzaki. And we'll probably have a chance to take a closer look at these individual players as the game goes on. But how about we hop right into it and see how things go.
Yeah, I don't know these players, so this would be an education for me as well. We're seeing the sports jersey vibe continues.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Are you gonna have 4?
They do.
Yeah.
They all have...
Polo shirt. That kind of looks like he's ready to go golfing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this kind of athletic thing that the mind sports like to lean into. Let's be honest, we're not running.
I know you always have a very keen eye towards the fashion in play.
I think yeah, it's interesting because these kinds of games often we've got a left-hander here, that's interesting. You know, most of the time you get like a what do you call it? A dress code. And I think, at least when I started out playing in Japan, shirts, jerseys and polo shirts would not have been accepted. So it's kind of interesting to see a sea of casual fashion. I'm good for it, but yeah, it's always curious to me.
Yeah, I mean, I have some similar thoughts. I mean, when I went to the invitation that we we're just talking about, I did suit up because I felt, that sort of venue, it seemed appropriate. However, this also has a sort of team vibe to it as well, and I think could be something to be said about wearing sort of apparel that bonds you as a team. Maybe that's part of the reason for the jerseys.
Nice. Yeah, I like a uniform, but I think, are we seeing a Sanshoku here?
Ooh.
He's looking for a Sanshoku Chanta. So
I do like a good chanta.
Yeah, mixed sequences and a terminal's hand.
Sometimes you get those hands that are just so full of terminal tiles, there's really nothing else to do but move in the direction of an outside hand.
But that's really the benefit of not having red 5s, right?
That's true. It feels so sad when you force an outside hand and then you start to draw red 5s and you can't use them.
Yeah, well, you can use them, you just have to change direction.
That's true.
But I do think that, I know that a lot of people love their red 5 rule sets, but I always think she's going through the door. And she's going to reach. I always think it pulls the game artificially into the center of the suits, and I don't like that. Makes the 1s, the 9s an easier throw, a safer throw. And look at this. And she's going to play it safe. She's not going to go for the Chanta, the terminal's hand. She's just going to go for the Sanshoku. And of course, she already made that pawn of, was it dragon? She pawned the red?
I guess with the, Sanshoku Chanta versus just Sanshoku itself, 1 Han versus 2 Han against a Riichi is less of a difference, so... But I do see a red dragon, yeah. So maybe 2 Han versus 3 Han is a little bit closer. Getting 2,000 points instead of 1,000 points.
Yeah, I mean, I find pushing this Sanshoku into the reach a bit difficult, I think. But she's really... This is the problem with calling, right? She's reduced her ability to play around it. Mei has an M&M's nail design, right? It's not just me. It took me a while to clock what that was, and I'm like, it's an M&M on her fingernail.
Yeah, that is actually one of the fun parts about being on a broadcast table for Mahjong is the focal point is not your face. It's your hands. So your choice in nails is actually your fashion point.
It's an M&M, okay. I mean, you say that, but I'm one of those people who's got really ugly hands. Like, I've always had hands like an old lady, even when I was in like primary school. I have wrinkled old lady hands, and so every time I see myself on the TV table, I'm like, oh, what's the matter with my hands? And I spend a couple of weeks desperately trying to moisturize, but there's nothing you can do.
Mm.
These hands are made for laboring in fields, not playing mahjong, apparently. So every time I look at these ladies' hands, I'm like, they look beautiful. There's some beautiful hands.
We are actually really close to Tempai here.
Yeah, she's close. Can she play around this reach?
I mean, as the dealer, I guess you have some incentive to try to fight a little bit, I guess.
And she did declare reach on the Dora, which makes you know that she doesn't have Dora at least, so there's some limitations in the points.
Tempai missed here. Of course, playing around the cutting the 4-7 mon certainly makes sense. But this decision is also
throwing
challenging.
Those pin into this is going to be difficult. I mean, we know the 8-pin's dangerous.
And looks like we're moving towards a fold now. It's all on Matsuzaki to sumo.
She tried to keep this live, but it just wasn't going to happen.
See, I haven't been looking. I do see one green dragon discarded.
Oh.
Little brush. It will.
No, wow. Okay.
Surprise! It was the shampoo weight. No Uda.
No. It's quite a small hand, but it's nice to establish yourself on the table.
Certainly less expensive than the 6,000 all that we saw in game 1, East 1.
I'm a big Yamawaki fan, so I always enjoy watching that game.
Yeah, she had just an incredible all last to come back. Did you see the chi to break the Hote deal in?
Yep.
That was.
She's such a cool player.
I'm a huge fan of chi to shift Haite, and that ended up having a huge impact on the game.
Do you know what? It's a trick I just find too difficult. My brain just does not function quick enough. I wish I was cool enough. And then if I've done it, it's usually purely by accident, and I obviously take credit for it.
Of course. unless it works to your detriment, in which case those things happen. Yeah, but it wasn't your fault.
Exactly. You know, if you ever play blackjack, you know, people get very funny about that kind of thing by shifting the draw. I have to say, I think blackjack players are even more superstitious than mahjong players, and mahjong players are a particularly superstitious bunch.
That is very true.
I don't know if you think is that true in the West, though? I'm not sure.
There certainly are some somewhat superstitious players. I don't know. I think it's pretty lighthearted. I don't think anyone takes it super seriously, but there are a couple Sanzo cultists. I'll call them.
I don't get that. That's a meme. It's a meme. Yeah, it's a meme.
So some people take it to the extreme, though. They extend that even further. It's quite amusing.
Oh, and no, we're not Tempai. Sorry.
That's very good Ishan 10. This is amazing.
One man, didn't she? Yeah, she threw the one man.
And that's where like you're absolutely thrilled. Like if you had the Tempai, you'd be almost sad to reach a 1-3 mon Kanchan, a middleweight, but
yeah. I think, you know, it's so early in the game, getting rid of that uglier shape was the right thing to do. And of course now she's got the potential for an Itsu upgrade.
I think that's actually one of those things that I like to consider. You know, if you start the game and someone hands you two snapshots, one was the Tempai waiting on the two mon, and then another one is the Ishan 10 that you currently have. Which one would you choose? And I would always choose this Ishan 10. I think that's one way that I think about, you know, making decisions that move back a Shanten is even if I get Tempai, I won't even like this versus the potential improvements that I have with the future draws. I would take those in a heartbeat.
But that 5-man discard to me is interesting because I would have been really tempted to move towards a Sanshoku.
I feel like I'm on board. I do love good Sanchoku.
Yeah, okay, I want to get back to May's hand. She drew that 5-man so quickly and discarded it immediately. I would have wanted to keep it and see if I could get a Sanchoku.
Yeah, I wonder, depending on how you draw, of course there's, maybe 6, 7, 8 thoughts, but which pair, which tile is going to be your pair?
Yeah, you'd have to go and find your pair again, but oh, and we've got a pair on the Dora for Matsuzaki, which is nice for her. And just because I am a superstitious player, see that? Yeah, no, the West Dora wasn't fulfilled last time, so it's come back around.
That is true. West was declared as the
Was.
Riichi tile last time.
Do you not? And maybe I notice these things too much, but I notice that like often you get in one hand chant the same door multiple times. I know it's statistics. I know that it's not impossible.
Oh,
but it
talk
does
about excellent
feel like it's
draws.
still happening. Oh, come on. You've got to think about yes. Yes, that's the best.
8-pin has been cut. I
So
think
maybe it's good that she can keep the 5-man, right? Because she's the 6-9's a better weight, and if she gets the 6, then she's got the Sanchoku.
this is fantastic. And for May, this would be an excellent hand after dealing into 1300. 1300 is nothing, but winning Riichi Pifu Sanchoku, that would be quite an accomplishment. Once so, no Ipatsu.
But Matsuzaki, the Dora is actually her seat wind as well. So that's a
Ooh.
big deal.
Suanko Ishantan. Will not take it.
No, she's not going to go for that, no.
It's funny, the 7 so and the 8 so are the tiles that are safe. That Riichi the 6-9 deals in.
3 bamboo, that's useless. I mean, with that wall of 4, it makes the 2 a little bit safer, maybe.
Certainly.
Difficult to see what else has been thrown. There's only 1 3 so before that. Oh no, sorry. The player in Reach, Yuzuki has not Yuzuki. May has already thrown a 2 bamboo, so
Yes.
that was very safe and kept her hand nice and live. There's the door. It's going to be draw. It's going to be called.
And that's lucky. Of course,
Windmill?
in the West Sea, that is a Yaku.
Yeah, that's Mangan right there on the table. She's not quite Tempai though.
Oh, we're gonna see a fight
And
though.
la. Ooh, would you have been tempted to keep quiet on that one? See if you can make it a Yakuman?
I think I need to reach you. We've cut the 2 so already, so at that point I feel like I've already committed.
Now I Tempai.
Choice of weights.
Yeah, that's a troubling one. There's 2 reaches on the table as well.
And
So she's got 2 people.
You'd probably just cut the 4-pin in a heartbeat, but against 2 Riichis, you really have to think.
Yeah.
Oh, just gonna cut the 3-mon out.
Yeah, she's not gonna commit to it.
Of course, the 2 Riichi players on the same weight, 6-9 so. So the head bump rule applies.
Takeda looks like she's folding. I don't think Matsuzaki is going to be worried about this.
Yeah, really, question would be Matsuzaki with the Dora call.
Oh, 7 bamboo. You need to get to see that tile to get excited about it.
This has a feeling
So
of no chance. Oh,
Oh.
well, 7 so will come out.
Take it. She's going to take the Tempai. Ah, major it. Not on the Sanchoku though, just on the Pinfu. Did she hit? No, she didn't.
4-pin
Open
is
this.
not a hit. Just
We do
Riichi
have to.
Tsumo Pifu. That's more than makes up for the initial hit, though, and May will move into first place.
You really wanted us to see the Sanchoku, though, didn't you?
Yeah, I'd
I
certainly
really
be disappointed.
Matsuzaki's hand. I wanted to see Matsuzaki's hand come together.
South, rather east 3, Takeda, our dealer. And The 7-so is our new Dora. All right, not a West. That's a start. Getting some variation now.
West is coming back round, don't worry. Don't
We're
worry.
going to see all the West cut in the first go around.
No particularly exciting draws here.
No Dora triplets. Just, dealer with callable hand, but the shapes are so bad, I'm not sure I even want to call.
Mm. But you got to use auto tables in New York then. It was a full auto table event?
It was. You know what? The funny thing is, although we spread around on the 16 different tables, I was never scheduled to play on any of the Rexes.
Oh no! Was this your first time on an auto table, or you played an auto table before?
I had played an auto table before, I think, at NAO. I played on one.
Okay. Yeah.
So that was also a full auto table tournament. But I did get to play on the Rex in the free play, and it was my first time playing on one of those. And I won a Yakuban. I won Kokushi. I played one hand and won a Kokushi.
That just proves that they're rigged. So
It really does.
Yeah.
I think I started with 10 unique, and it's like, okay, I guess I know what I'm doing.
Right. It always, yeah. It knew you were new to it, so it was like, I'll give you a favor. Here you go, lad. Here you go.
And then we played one more hand after that. I was Suaku Ishantan. I'm like, okay, Rex is just a Yakuman farming table. I see.
Oh, we called on that. So you lock in Adora. She's got a Yaku ready. That's Takeda there. And she's the dealer, so she's going fast because she's the dealer.
Dealer Dora, Yaku Hai Dora 1. Repeat, go again.
Why not?
Tempai
Why
ready.
not? And there you are, Tempai on the 7-man. Matsuzaki is stalked by these west winds. She's not escaping them.
I feel like we're going to get to her dealership and she's going to start with West Onko.
Do you know what I really like about the modern tables, the modern auto tables? There's that little hole in the side that you can just shove your sticks down into.
I didn't realize that those existed until someone shoved points down that hole. I was like, wait, where did those go? Oh, into my drawer, into my point drawers. So
it's just, yeah. And then you can mess about with them at your own leisure, right? Rather than desperately trying to get them out off the table before someone presses the button and the elevators go down.
Yeah, I definitely faced the auto table learning curve because, I unlike players on either coast, we don't have a lot of those here in the Midwest. So it's a bit of a learning experience.
Yeah, no, it is a learning experience, and it just, I don't know, that hole always fascinates me because it's so obvious. It's so low tech. It's not tech at all. But we've all become so obsessed with watching those tiles go around the drum and being fascinated by the magnets and the actual technology that the improvement in our life we need is really just a hole in the side of the table. That's what I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of the next very low tech, easy idea that I can patent for your auto tables, and I'll finally make my millions off Mahjong.
I see. I'm waiting for US auto table manufacturer to pop up. Make it.
I think there is one now. Oh, some more. Very nice. So I mean, it's not a particularly exciting hand, and they can pay it quickly because
it's 1,000
White Dragon only. Yeah, but as the dealer, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, hop into first place and get to re-roll that amazing dealer hand that you're looking for.
I mean, the problem with these tables is really just the shipping. They're not. I mean, they're expensive. They are expensive even in Japan, but
certainly the shipping is what makes things extra challenging for at least for the US.
There's no enjoyment about the shipping price. You know, you're like, okay, I'm going to pay $500 and I can get a nice, slim score or something, and I'll enjoy it. I can get $500 out of a table. But when you're paying, you might have to pay customs and then shipping, and you're like, I don't know if I can get that much value out of this table anymore.
So many pairs in this dealer hand makes it very awkward to plan. But this one's got a lot of honors.
Yeah, I am not loving this. Not loving May's draw.
I really just want to
Not loving
start
this draw.
cutting away from some pairs, but we need to draw something useful before doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Takeda's only real direction there is going to be a flush hand, right? But if anyone has watched me commentate before, you'll well
Yes.
know that I am not a big fan of the flush direction. And
Looking,
it's, she's not pulling the tiles for it even.
yeah, just looking out at the number of honors that are discarded. One of each of the north, east, south, green dragon.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 east have come
Now the
out.
east is even more useless.
You could probably sacrifice ours then.
East there. Yeah, I mean, as soon as the white wind comes down, you're gonna. She's probably here holding the east wind as a safe tile, right? Because she can see how slow her hand's going. She might need to just bow out. But I still think she's going to call the white dragon as soon as it comes out. Yeah, I mean, she's going to go for a two-sided weight, aren't you? Probably.
Shanten for May. That 3-pin draw was huge, and there is the Honitsu crushing draw.
I know, right? You can't with a nice shape like that. You don't want to then force the half flush, or the common flush. Sorry, as it is in the WRC rules.
Flush hands, especially early on, you really need to draw almost perfectly to really commit to them.
Yeah. She needed another honor draw that she could pair up, or as you said, she needed a few more pins there.
I mean, she's sort of still hedging that. If she draws that last honor singleton that sits in her hand, she can still make the shift. But
a 5-6 man shape. I mean, that's a long journey now as we enter the second row of discards. But she's got the white dragon,
and that all but confirms that these shapes will stay as they are in hand.
Mm-hmm.
None of the other hands were too thrilling. Of course, there's one with door 2, but the shapes were really awkward. 8 Pandora, of course.
Yeah, I'm not sure. She's thinking about a straight here, right? Is Yuzuki. Sure, there I didn't see it. A 1.
Matsuzaki had just cut the 4-pin. Now maybe cutting away from the 9-pin, using the 8-pin as the pair in the hand for Tanya door 2. Curious to see if she calls open the 3-mon, should it come out from Takeda. It is Ishanten.
I'm really not loving these hands.
I was thinking about, we had 2 Dianpeko Ishanten in game 1. I was just looking at the chance that May's hand turns into Dianpeko Tepai.
Tenpai, not a great weight. You'd have wanted something better, but she is the dealer, so.
Yeah, she's not anticipating to see the Dora coming out of anyone's hands. So
yeah.
she slams the Riichi and says, if you want to fight me, you're going to have to risk a lot.
Put the pressure on. I mean, common sense dictates you just reach that, right?
And we're going to see the challenge taken up temporarily by Matsuzaki.
Yeah, Matsuzaki, yeah. She's got 2 Dora Tanya. There's not been much movement in the points. There's been hands, but everyone's still very close.
And funnily enough, the tile she discards for Tenpai is the West.
And May is moving away from her hand. Yeah.
So Sonogawa, there's an early 7-so cut from the Riichi player, so trusting that the 8-so will be a little safe enough to continue fighting against the dealer.
Not going to throw that one bad boo. I bet she wishes she had no seen. Oh, and another Dora here. So now there's 3 Dora locked into Matsuzaki's hands. So that only gives our Riichi player, Takeda, 1 chance. I think none of them have been thrown away yet, have they? The 8 pins.
Of course, Matsuzaki is waiting on just the 4-mon now. I don't think she can easily swap that out to a different weight.
I think this is going to go to a draw.
Oh no.
Well, yeah.
3-mon played. The tiles before the Riichi, I believe, were a 2-mon and a 1-mon, so maybe guessing that it would not be the 3-mon.
These players really don't mind awkward weight shapes. It was something I really struggled with when I was starting to play Mahjong, and I always would want to hunt for that 2-sided, 3-sided shape. But yeah, that laser focus on efficiency to a good weight shape definitely led me to throw in more times than I should have.
Yeah, sometimes it's just better to be tempi faster with a worse weight than to have a slower hand and give other players the opportunity to put pressure. Because once they put pressure, I personally feel like I just want to fold and escape the pressure. So,
and of course, the worse the weighting shape, the more difficult it is to read.
that's true. You know,
it's
strong
easier
players.
to play against safe, yeah. Sorry.
Just as you were gonna say, they read your just cards and they know if you're on a good weight, it's got to be one of these, and so they just never drop those tiles.
Exactly. But working out what's safe against or what's more dangerous. So I say safe. Safe is a maybe relative term here.
Right.
But working out what's dangerous when someone's got a 2-sided weight is easier than if it's an awkward shape.
I knew a player.
Having those wide weight shapes are just really good if you know you need to draw.
I knew a player that would.
Against these players, you probably do.
If they had the chance at like a yamen weight versus a shampon weight, they would intentionally choose the shampon.
Yeah.
Because they said, well, if I go yamen, everyone will read it. But if I go shampon, they'll say, there's no way this deal's in, because if that was their shape, they would have chosen the yamen weight. So they would target runs that way. It's very interesting.
I think that's a good way to play. I want to meet that person. They can teach me some skills. Just as a reminder, as we're in the initial part of this game, to like and subscribe to the channel, please. And if you do like and subscribe, you can enter our book giveaway. And Jen is giving away copies of her latest publication, it's an upgraded version of her previous publication now, with some more strategy and updated to the latest news from the Riichi Mahjong scene. So it's completely free. You may as well sign up and subscribe. As long as you don't live on the moon, she tells me reliably she can't ship to the moon.
Are commentators allowed to enter that giveaway?
No, we had this conversation yesterday. Sorry.
I've been wanting to get my hands on a copy of that book.
I'm sure when you meet Jen in Tokyo in July, she will give you with her own hands a signed copy of the book.
I'll eagerly await. Takeda remains the dealer. May has opened up already here. Shut this down. There is a Riichi stick, 2 honba in the middle of the tip to collect, and May's got a triple of the 5-so, which is blocking off the Dora usage.
Yeah.
For example, Takeda here with his 4-6 shape really desperately would like a 5. Well, I guess she has the 6, 7, 7, 8, but
if you get the 3, it might help. But yeah, it's not great, is it? Matsuzaki, she's had some good draws, but nothing seems to have come together for her.
Outside of that one win, it's just been a very, very slow game. Honestly, for everyone, there's been no monster Mangan just yet. It's been, and you know that's not going to stay this way the whole game. At some point, someone's going to win that big hand, so just sort of patiently waiting for your chance at it.
Yeah, these are the skirmishes, right, before trying to stop someone making that big hand. I mean, May here is Tempai, waiting on the 7 bamboo, but I'm sure she's hoping to pull a Dora 4 bamboo to give herself a bit more points. Takeda, who is the dealer, calls her seat wind and the round wind east. So I think everyone's probably going to be getting the vibe that this is a, and there is the Dora. Waiting on a 5 bamboo or a 6-man. That is a sucky decision.
At the very least, you can change the weight if you draw around the 6-mon. And I guess if you draw on the
Yeah.
5 so as well, maybe a second door draw would do wonders. Is that too greedy?
Uh,
If I'm like, second door draw would be fantastic, but you have to actually draw it.
yeah, exactly.
In what hand is a second door draw not fantastic, really?
And Yuzuki here has got a concealed triplet of red dragon, which is nice.
One away from Tenpai. I wonder if she draws it herself, if she'll Riichi, because it looks like the end shapes are probably going to be quite poor.
I don't know what you're reaching here, though. It's not. And here we are. Takeda's now as dealer Tenpai. Yeah, I don't know. Yuzuki's hand is not worth reaching. There's no points there, and you're locking yourself in. You're unable to fold out. I would not be committing to this.
Oh, small. With the door as well, 2000 all. She'll get the stick, 2 Honba, to be added to her total. And
He's doing well at holding this.
that's worth it. That's worthwhile. 3 Han as dealer.
Yeah.
And she will be the only player over 30,000 points. Now 35, over 10,000 points above the other players. Matsuzaki in second. We mentioned in game 1 for the team standings, it had been a bit of a battle between All Sirius and also Aokei. However, after that first game, there was a huge swing as Sirius took the first place and Aokei took the fourth. And suddenly, a cap of 243 with only 5 games remaining. Remember, of course, to the viewers, that this is the second to last session. With everything
Getting exciting.
With everything on the line, these point gaps suddenly become much more challenging to overcome. Do you know?
I've been reminded that the deadline for the book draw is at the end of this stream. So make sure that you subscribe and complete the form before the stream is over.
That
I'm sure
means
there'll be a grace period of a minute or so. I do not know that. So
sure, like
now.
2 hours
don't
or
hesitate.
so.
Don't hesitate. Yeah.
Don't put it off. And of course, I believe the form, the registration form is in the description. So.
Yeah, it's all the information should be there in the description. Let me double check. Don't tell your lies. Yes, there you go. You can join the book giveaway. And yes, deadline is end of today's stream. So do that. And of course, subscribe and give us your thumbs and all of that jazz.
Hey, and eShop then. Oh, Uncle Draw, and that's pretty fantastic. Unfortunately, it's quite difficult to use doors. The 8s will come out first, then we'll see about door usage later.
Mm. Of course, she knows that she's got all those 4s. So that's going to make anyone else holding the door find it much more difficult to use that.
Sometimes I find that scarier because if the door aren't showing up, oh my.
Yeah, he's Tenpai. And no one's going to see those 4s there.
What they do see is a Tuso Riichi right next to the Dora, and that is very concerning.
And another from Yuzuki with the potential straight there.
But the tile she needs to discard is rather scary. 4-so, the last 4-so. I don't think I'd be able to convince myself to discard that, even if I drew exactly the 7 mon into the best Tenpai.
There are 2 reaches on this table, aren't there? Or have I read it wrong?
I think there's just 1 so far.
Oh, there's just 1. Oh, okay, sorry. She slammed the tile down in a way that made me think that she was reaching. I misinterpreted her actions. Sorry, Yuzuki is not Tenpai yet.
Wonder, yeah, that's going to be the Green Dragon pair being discarded. We'll work around the 4-so.
Yeah, Yuzuki has a firm throw. A firm discard that makes me think she's reaching.
Yeah, I had that experience at the Invitational as well. Some players are very soft with their discards and their
Yeah,
calls, and some players are very uh, blunt about it.
not a big fan of slamming tiles down, gotta be honest.
I tend to. It was funny because one of the a couple of the tables had slightly larger tiles, so even if you're trying to be gentle, if you discarded in just the right way, it would actually sound quite loud,
Mm,
just due to the density of the tiles, the size as well. And yeah, this is just so hard to fight against. And how live is this 3-6? Oh, con?
can.
That's fancy.
Oh wow. You don't see that often in Yukan.
And 6-0 reveals. No new door off the flip. And of course, drawing the original door and discarding that.
Do you see many cans at the Ara Invitational?
Personally, my tables didn't feature that many because I don't con very, very frequently. But
25% of the players on the tables were removing themselves.
right, I
from that
did
game.
hear of a number of other cons that happened in other situations. I did have one of my tables featured con into well, it didn't win immediately, but it on the next go around Toy Toy Sumo, so it had a chance at Sankansu. Just needed to draw the last east, but didn't quite get there. It still was pretty.
I did that once, and I had to apologize to everyone on the table because I just kept drawing the cans from the Rinshan tile, and I just felt like an absolute jerk.
It's just increasing the volatility at the table for everybody.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I was in Reach at the time, but I can't quite remember. I just remember the utter shame of just continuing to draw cans.
Or if we get Corak on the commentary later, perhaps we can get him to tell the story of his A1 Sankansu hand.
Oh.
I think it's the only Sankansu that's been won in the A1 division.
The A1 division is with the American Riichi Mahjong League, for
Yes.
those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about. And that's an online league run by Edwin of Armo. But it's been very successful, and we're just going to a draw again.
Yeah, it seemed like that was going to be the likely outcome here. A lot of the winning tiles have been held by the other players.
But that's still a great outcome for Takeda. Pushes herself just a little bit more ahead. Of course, every time she holds, there's a bit more opportunity to get a big hand. That's what she's looking for.
Of course, adds more points. A collection of sticks to her right now, 4 Homba and a Riichi stick. For the next
I've definitely said this before, but if you're you haven't played offline before, that is the right way to display the continuation and Riichi sticks staying on the table. Put them not parallel, but perpendicular to the edge of the table so that they are clear and obvious to everyone.
That's one thing that I struggled with a little bit when I was playing is stacking my calls vertically as well. I'm used to doing them side by side.
Well, you can do either way. There's no particular rule that says you have to stack them up.
Yeah, it ended up being a recommended method at the tournament.
Interesting. I mean, so like stacking them vertically was the normal way to do it, quote unquote, the normal way to do it. But then when online Mahjong or Mahjong software came about, it's just easier on the screen to do them horizontally, right?
Right.
So then, just people get used to it horizontally. I that really doesn't bother me. I'm not even sure if I'd bother recommending it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm very used to the online mode, so
yeah.
We'll see.
You have more space vertically, though, usually on the table.
And also,
if you do them,
if you stack horizontally, the question is where do you put all those point sticks?
Yeah, and then where do you put your hand as well? If they're horizontal, you're more likely to start obscuring those calls to the other players.
And that was the reason why it's recommended to go vertically, is to not obscure your calls if you make too many of them.
Not a problem for our left-hander here, though. She's all right.
That's the true power of being
We found the
left-handed.
benefit.
Oh my, this is actually really some serious value for Yuzuki.
Yeah.
Not only the door pair.
Yuzuki's building a monster there whilst we're chatting.
We should keep chatting so that she continues to build.
Yeah. We look at her, it's like dark matter, right? Her hand will just destroy itself. So yeah, she really needs that south though. It's not a Yaku for her.
Right, I was just about to say, cannot call it really, unless she commits to a toy.
Toy hand? Yeah.
It's kind of interesting from Mei as well, not slimming down her blocks, but rather playing multiple blocks to widen the acceptance.
That's a good draw. And Riichi reaching on the 4-pin, 7-pin. And we're going to call it. Mei's going to call it.
Very little to fold with here.
Yeah.
If you look at that discard pond, there's just nothing.
Well, no 9-pin there? Is that not a 9-pin, or is that not quite?
It's a 9 so.
9 bamboo. Yeah.
A couple of those, and it's just so hard to defend. So I guess you might as well call and try to.
You might as well call. I guess so. Yeah, I guess if you can't fold out, you may as well just and say your prayers, close your eyes, and discard.
Even winning just one hunt is still, you add the value of 3,200 points from the sticks that are have yet to be collected in the home bar.
I think Yuzuki is just not getting those draws. She's not going to find the purchase. She needs to have the confidence to push that hand forward, which is kind of sad. It would have been a good hand for her. What's that tile?
7 doesn't feel very good.
No, it does not feel very good at all. And Takeda, she's riding high. It depends whether she wants to risk it, I guess, right?
Is it time to pull back now? Not quite.
Well, I mean, that 1-pin discard before makes her footy 10, so maybe that was the push. She was like, okay, well, if I'm going to push, I'm not going to push with a footy 10 hand. But she does have to, yeah,
regardless, the Tsumo comes in. And Riichi Tsumo Pinfu.
Yeah, but as she's the dealer, of course, she has to pay the lion's share of the amount, and that does drag her back down.
Yeah, only a less than 8,000 point gap now between Takeda and Matsuzaki.
8,000 is nothing. It's easy, especially as Matsuzaki is now dealer, and I think she's had some frustrated luck. I have very strong confidence that her luck is now going to come in for this dealership. She's had all the bad luck. See, look at that smile. That is a smile of a woman who knows her luck's coming in.
Let's see this initial
7 bamboo. 7 bamboos the door again. And then I just got the west. It's all coming together.
As predicted. It's the right side of the hand. But...
I know, either that or she's done something terrible in a previous life and she's just going to have awful Mahjong luck forever.
Yuzuki. Okay, none of these hands are super strong. I like Matsuzaki's hand the best out of what I've seen. Did I not say that she was going to draw West Anko? When it got to her dealership, here it is. It took one turn later than I expected, but...
Right, so someone come at me now and tell me that the superstition isn't correct. This is not a game for you maths nerds. This is a game for the people who don't want to step in cracks on the pavement.
Already Ishan and Matsuzaki can get up to a very early Riichi, apply pressure immediately.
Yeah, I reckon she's gonna have a monster run now.
Oh, by already.
Yes, see? Yes!
No door, it's Riichi only, but imagine seeing the south as an Una indicator.
Yeah.
One pin, four pin the
Yeah,
weights.
she knew it as well. She knew it as well. As she was drawing those tiles, she knew her luck had come.
No Ipatsumo.
I mean, one pin, four pin is a great way. I mean, the five pin discard, it could be anything.
Oh no, that's actually another four pin drawn, so I think she's down to just 2 tiles. There was a one pin, four pin in each hand.
It's all right. The luck's her way now. She's going to draw it. I mean, that one pin, four pin's not coming out, obviously. This one pin could come out. If Yuzuki gets something good, that one pin could come.
Certainly, her hand looks strong enough against an early Riichi that she might chance out a terminal tile.
Yeah, and she needs to make something as well. She's just slowly slipping back. She might be feeling that kind of frustration to find some kind of motion forward for herself. And if you look at the team totals as well, she really can't be affording to go last if they want any hope of climbing back up to first place.
Can this be called? It would be Atosuke Tenpai waiting on the east. It is a Dora.
Yes, Atosuke is where you don't have the Yaku locked into your hand and you have to add it with the discard. That's not actually strict. That's not actually the definition whatsoever. But we're going to use that simplified definition just for this scenario because it's easier for me.
It's good enough. It's good enough for
It's
for
good
this
enough now.
situation.
It's actually, yeah, it's more complicated, but it's late. It's late in the UK. I'm not going to explain it properly. Come on, Matsuzaki. And now she's Tenpai.
Just try it yourself, how about? And now it's worth chasing, I think.
Yeah.
Riichi Dora 1, potentially east as well, against an early Riichi from the dealer that has already discarded a Dora, and you have one in your hand.
Yeah, but this means that this one pin in Yuzuki's hand is less likely to come out because she's probably going to fold. That leaves Matsuzaki in a less good position, and she's definitely getting frustrated.
Oh.
She's not drawn this. Hello!
Wow, Ipatsumo.
That's so unbroken, yeah. I'm sorry, Matsuzaki. I talked up your luck too much and I made it scared and run away.
Yeah, I was just so surprised. Oh wow, I think she must have hit Ura because that was a Mangan. Oh, Riichi Patsumo Dora, so didn't need the Ura. That is fantastic for Mei, who is now into second place and a mere 4,100 away from chasing down Takeda for first.
Oh, but still, this everything's still for this south round though. Very small leads.
For Mei, her favorite Yaku is the Junchan.
Oh, we've seen her sort of sidle towards it a few times in this game, actually, right?
Yeah, some players just avidly dodge it, just moving as far away from the outside hands as possible. But you know, if you enjoy that type of hand, you might allow maybe see more paths towards it.
I mean, if you are this is aggressively going towards Sepus. If you are an outside hand fan, a terminals fan, Dave is commentating our final game today, and he loves Junchan. He loves Chanta more than anyone should love a Yaku. It's weird. Like the amount of times I've seen I don't even get scared anymore if I'm playing him and he starts throwing central tiles. I'm like, he's just seen an impossible Chanta. I know what he's doing. It's just yeah, don't play with your friends too much. That's my advice. You get a very keen insight into their psychology.
Oh, this is
an interesting one. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm tempted to throw the 5 so personally.
Really, I think I'd throw the 2 so.
Play for like a
You're
Sanako.
only using the 1. I must have to play for Tenpai. You're only losing the 1 so then as an acceptance, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not feeling those one man.
Yeah, certainly Tuso seems extremely efficient.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just being lazy. The efficient. Sometimes, when you see very efficient players, you've got to wonder whether they're just too lazy to think. Because I certainly think I'm like, I can't think of a great strategy to make value, and I can't be bothered to look at what everyone. I'll just play efficiently.
I was thinking of potentially setting up a Suji Trap 8, so 1-mon Shabo, where you have an Uncle of the 2 mons. It's very tricky for other players to avoid. The 1-mon cut is neither of those things, though. Cutting that away from that pair, is it maybe a Tanyao hedge? Maybe you draw a 6-pin and you can think about Tanyao?
I don't know, though. As May is the dealer. I feel like efficiency should be the thing that kind of dictates where you go, right?
Yes. Although she has drawn a 3-mon and 4-mon to accompany the triplet of 2s, so now she's in a pretty solid Ishantan.
Yeah, it's true. Her Ishantan shape now is her one-away shape is much nicer than where it was before. Maybe, hopefully, this kind of step back is going to be a good thing for her. We know there's a few honors still stuck in this wall.
6-pin
Okay,
is
so now we're...
a sort of Tanyao swing. If she draws the 4, so she'll just be there. Could even call the 4, so.
Yeah, Takeda, this is not, considering her wonderful dealer run, this is not looking quite so tasty for her anymore.
Does not seem very likely to be able to end this dealership herself. Maybe need to rely on somebody else.
Really stalled here. Really, really stalled. This white dragon is... No, because anyone else got the white dragon? Remember the green dragon? There's a pair of green dragons out there. I don't think I've seen the white dragon in anyone else's hands, right?
I think I would have remembered. Oh, nope, there's one in the wall, and out it goes. Another pair. This is actually Chito Ishantan. 7 pairs is possible.
The options open.
Name has a very easy path to Tempai. Notice it.
Not going to get called.
Okay, maximizing 7 pairs.
She can still exit that with that green dragon.
Although she just passed green dragon. Oh, that's the Tempai.
She's going to go for the 2-side weight. She's not going to go for the champon. They're waiting for the triplet on 2 pairs.
Yeah, particularly when it's Suji like that, 2 and 5.
Yeah.
It's like you get all the...
Not pleasant.
All the downsides of having a geometry weight without any of the benefits.
Exactly. Although she then does draw the 2 bamboo.
Oh no.
Evidencing further how cruel Mahjong is as a game.
Truly.
And Takeda decides to fold out with those green dragons. I'm not sure if that's a committed fold, but she's definitely... And there's the 5 bamboo. Yeah. May puts her hair back in frustration. That's what I saw with those hands.
Take the geometry weight, they said. It's better, they said. It has more acceptance, they said. Wall disagrees.
Cruel mistress. It's a cruel mistress. We've all been there, though.
Certainly.
I don't think we're going to see anything out of this hand. I think we're in the tail end of... But May will keep a dealership. Just with this reach, which is enough. She's made the rest fold out.
Yeah, at the very least, gaining 3,000 points on all the other players, rather 1,000 points from each of the other players, is a net 4,000 swing in terms of placement difference on all the players. So it would be extremely close to surpassing Takeda.
Yeah, and with points totals like this, it's a big deal. 1,000 points, or 3,000 in total. It's good enough, I'd say.
And with the two players close to the top, Matsuzaki kind of in the middle in third, between Mei Takeda and Yuzuki in fourth. Still, early days in the South round. One Riichi stick, one Homba, and... This hand is struggling.
It has just a bunch of shrapnel. That is misery.
I will say a lot of draws are going to help that hand, but...
Have you noticed the South Wind's door again?
We're not going to see a third turn Riichi this time. Oh, well, how about that?
Uh-huh. So we've had 3 doubled up doors, right? The West, the South, and the 7 bamboo.
And now the question goes to Yuzuki, I think is holding a third copy of the Southwind. How long does she hold this?
Right, May's hand now is starting to look great. After saying it was shrapnel and it was absolute garbage, as Dave would say. Looking pretty tasty now.
Yeah, drawing Dora pair to start certainly helps.
Yeah. And she can call it.
That's so true. And Tuso improves one of the shapes. Will it be 8-9 or will... Yep.
Go Chanta. If I say you said that May liked Chanta, and I was like, this... Dave was playing that hand, he'd definitely be going towards Chanta.
We're almost overblocked for Chanta at this point.
So
sacrificing 1 seems okay. I'm really excited to see... Almost, I guess we have the 4-6 pin shape that is kind of getting in the way. And I think the bit of hesitation on the 8-9 mon cut certainly signals that she was really considering it.
What's she going to do? Why are we... Come on, Mr. Cameraman. There you go. I want to see what's happening in this door. Okay, Takeda's going to lock that door. Well, lock that door. She's going to hold it, at least for now. But I think that's an admission that she's not going to push her hand too aggressively. Now, what is the plan now?
Surely it can't be relying solely on the South, right?
I don't know.
That feels a bit too transparent. I mean, if the South... I think the South had a chance of coming out before that call, but now there's... If I'm one of the other players, I would never discard it at this point.
And unless she thinks she can get it back up to a Chanta, but... Wow.
Yeah, I think if that was the plan, I would have dropped the 4-6 pin instead of the 8-9. It is Shantan, and she can draw or even call the 9 pin towards the Chanta.
I think if that's what she's doing, she's probably betraying her frustration.
I mean, there is another benefit here of just putting pressure on whoever has the South, because they can no longer drop it. So now you're saying you have to work around this. And if it goes to Yukyoko again, she picks up another 3,000 points, that puts her into first. So maybe just the pressure alone is going to be worth it for her.
Maybe.
Because a call like this is not one you usually see unless there's, the goods to back it up.
I'd be interested if she calls that 1 bamboo or that 2-man and really does do the Atozuke with the South. Tries to add that Yaku on after we've had with the winning tile.
Mm-hmm. It would be really interesting is like a 4-manchi, because that just guarantees that it almost has to be the South. It makes it very easy for the other players to play around the hand, just never drop the South.
And call the 9. She doesn't call the 9 pin, so.
Oh. I'm actually really surprised by that. I think that's a miss.
I think so. That's all the 9 pins. They're all gone now. Chanta's definitely know where she's going. Matsuzaki is going for a Sanshoku, and now is Yuzuki going to throw the South? No, she's not. Takeda has a South as well, locked in there happily.
Yeah, certainly those will never leave the hand.
Yeah.
One of the things you have to be concerned about is that, if you're a player, that doesn't have the south especially, but even if you're holding just one of them, is that what if she just has the south triplet to begin with? That's how I
Yep,
almost
and
lost
that's why.
my place at the Invitational. Is someone went with Dora 3 and a pocket Anko of Souths.
Wow. Yeah. Every time they lift their hand, I think, are they gonna throw the south? But they're not gonna throw the south. There's no driver to throw the south, right?
At this point, though, I mean, maybe has to call just about any tile into Tempai. The 9 pinchy would have really opened things up, I think, but at this point, just being Tempai is good.
Yeah, Matsuzaki is taking a step back here.
And Matsuzaki could have.
Hey, it's not even a C tempo.
Yuzuki will call to Tempai on the south. I don't believe there's a Yaku there. That's okay.
Mm. May's not going to see Tempai, I think.
One so can be
Yeah.
pawned.
Oh, okay, she got her Tempai.
We really came down to the last
Yeah.
couple draws there.
Yeah, that was a risk.
Matsuzaki has been risking nothing in this hand. Probably could have won already had she been willing to cut the 6-0. But we will certainly go to Ryukyoku. No one's cutting a south here, and everyone needs the south to win. And it's going to be quite amusing as 3 players reveal a south Tempai.
Yeah, May did not find it amusing.
Yeah, certainly this was not the ideal outcome if your goal was to pressure the rest of the table into folding.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's uncomfortable, especially for Matsuzaki, as the only player who didn't draw a south, to not be Tempai. She was really the only player that had a chance to end the round with a win, and very cautious. Will end up paying out 3,000 as a result. Still, though, in third place, and May hasn't taken over from Takeda yet, so we will repeat once again: 2 Honba, 1 Riichi stick, 3 Mondora.
Okay, don't hate May's hand. Don't hate that entirely.
East pair to start. Great shapes. I'd be very happy to open this up.
Yeah, I think this is a calling hand. Unlike her previous hand that I would not have called. This one I would definitely call. Call that east right away. Yes. No hesitation.
Yeah, holding the 1 Mon for the 3 Mondora acceptance. We can still have ways to incorporate that in the hand. Have yet to see Matsuzaki's hand. It is, well, a lot better now that she's filled that 7 Mon Penchan shape. 8-9 confirmed into a 7-8-9.
Pretty standard. A pair now here for Matsuzaki. She's been very quiet, but is the last dealer.
One of those spots where she doesn't necessarily need to make a lot of noise as long as she has that big run in the final hands of the game. We thought that she was going to have that run in her first dealership, when she got that very early Riichi.
Yeah. Mahjong has not been her friend today.
Compared to the first game, this has been quite a chippy battle. Still waiting for that huge win to open things up.
Yeah, not good weights there for Matsuzaki, unfortunately. Seven man and 7 pin. Ugly.
I was talking to Chiral about the 7-8-8-9-9 Ipeco shape. and how much I
Mm.
dislike it? What is your opinion on those sort of penchant ipeko?
I mean, I hate all Ipeco waiting shapes, so you don't need to. Yeah, no, I hate it. I hate it. I just, yeah,
I'll open up with
waiting for the
a
inside.
7, 8, 8, 9 and think this has a chance of being ipeko and not a bad shape if I draw the 7, but I'm certain I'm going to draw the 9, so I just cut the 8. And then, of course, I draw the 7. But anytime I hold
Of
it,
course.
I draw the 9. I can't win. All right, things happening. Takeda's opening up. We're
On 7 pin there on all simples, but she does have Dora in there.
zooming towards a lead confirming hand.
Well, I'm not sure if that's confirming.
Oh yeah, confirming might not be quite accurate, at least for one round.
Yeah, just sort of holding on a little bit tighter.
See, I was going to say first place confirming, but that certainly sounds like the end of the game, so
Yeah,
I changed that since to lead. Even that is maybe a bit too far
yeah.
from reality.
She's just maybe a nose away in front at the moment. Yeah, poor Matsuzaki.
The waiting game continues. These honor tells for Yuzuki aren't helping. There's the Tsumo for Takeda. The door as well will help, and collecting the Riichi stick, collecting the Homba, moving us towards the end of the game. That's really a sub goal for Takeda. Just pass the dealerships forward while she's got the lead.
Yeah, and she doesn't want May, who's a closest competitor, to have any opportunity to move forward. Shutting her dealership down is a good move. So Yuzuki's been quite quiet as well. This has really been a battle between May and Takeda, hasn't it?
And this is really, yeah, Yuzuki's last
Yuzuki
chance.
does with her final dealership. Yeah. Yuzuki really has head points. I can't recall her doing anything spectacularly bad.
No, it's just hasn't had her turn to win yet.
But do we get turns to win in Mahjong? That's cute. Some of us are condemned to lose forever.
Yuzuki, though, her team got 4th in the 2023 Yukan Fuji Cup, so
Wow.
has seen some success.
I have always found it confusing, though, that this is called the 2025 Yukan Fuji Cup, even though it started in 2024.
So that is true.
Troubling.
It's awkward when a season encompasses 2 years. Or rather,
yeah, I mean,
crosses over to 2 years.
It's Japan, right? So they always like, psychologically, they like starting the year in spring.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's a bit like how we start our school year in September. Is it the same in America?
Yes.
Yeah. You only have a few months left of that year, so you're already, you're already well out of it, right? You don't care anymore. I'm done with 2024 now. But yes, you've got to trail on.
Oh, these draws are coming in so well for Yuzuki. Interesting choice here.
Nice. Yeah, there's some wide weights here.
Just confirms the super wide shape in the bamboo.
So do you think, do you know any of the other Americans who are representing in the WRC?
I do know quite a few of them. However, I am less familiar with some of the New Yorkers that made it, but there were quite a few. I played a number of them as well. The person who finished 16th on tie breaks was actually a player that gyakutenned me in all last of our Hanshan with an Ipatsumo on the last 8-so in the game.
Wow.
If they missed Ipatsu, they missed Uda as well, so they wouldn't have traded places with me, but they had the perfect storm to get there, and they needed that point in order to make it, and they made it. So impressively done. There, I was also I really enjoyed that series, and I thought they were very strong opponents. So I was quite pleased to see that they made it into the qualification.
Well, there's a lot of Americans going this year, so I'm hoping you're going to wear a uniform of some description and get very competitive. That's my hope.
Oh yeah, I'm not aware of any uniform just yet, but maybe we need to start opening up those
Yeah,
discussions.
I think you should. So May is flirting with an outside hand here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to fight Takeda's Riichi here. Three-sided 147,
I
so
know three-sided weight, but I think May has to, right? She doesn't really have any choice. She doesn't have a dealership left. She
yeah.
is within fighting distance of Takeda, so she has to drive forward.
And if she feels comfortable enough with her team standings, even dealing in here is not going to be the worst thing in the world.
Right? Yeah, because Takeda's team is low at the moment, and yeah, pushing is again and pawn. Yes, come on.
Yeah, passed the first one and said, "All right, I'll take the second."
Yeah, okay. She's not gonna. She doesn't believe in the outside hand anymore. I would have called the first one, to be honest.
Oh,
But
calling
here
the
we
first
are.
one I guess would have been better because this leads to the Takeda Tsumo. Ichitsumo Pifu Dora.
Hits the door as well.
It's the
Into a
Ura.
drawer. Yeah.
And that will
So
put Takeda in a great spot moving to her dealership.
yeah, now I think we can talk about locking in the dealership. Not quite locked it in.
At this point, she might not even want a dealership. Just pass that thing
You always
along.
want a dealership.
Don't risk the
As
Oyaki
Chiral
coming.
says, infinite points. Infinite points.
Well, we saw that from a serious player in the last game. Running up that final dealership. This high pie is not terrible. The 1-2-4-4-5-7 pin shape, it has some awkward possibilities. It's like a penchon conchon that you don't really want. 1-2 pin in particular, but if she draws a 3-pin or a 6-pin, that really opens up the possibilities for that shape. She's also got a 1-mon door that doesn't really fit so well into the current hand. I mean, terminal Dora are typically pretty hard to use anyway.
Mm. Yeah. 1-man door is a bit. I have a habit of throwing out terminal door early. I have to be honest. I'm not sure it's the right strategy, but as you said, I tend to sit in my hand and sit in my hand and sit in my hand until I can't do anything with them. If I throw them early, I feel like I can flush them out of other people's hands as well.
Mm. I mean, I know there's this idea that as long as you hold the door, you can pair it up, and that will be a very good thing. But I just
What happened
never
to
am
the
that
South then?
optimistic.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say it's all well and good until 3 players are holding that terminal or that Onodora.
You know, sometimes I play against players that I know have that use that theory and will just always hold the Dora, no matter how likely it is that they're going to use it, because they could always replace their pair with Dora pair. And so I can reliably wait on Dora because I know that if they get Tempai, they'll most likely have to drop the Dora in order to fight.
Mm-mm.
And a lot of times will just throw the Dora upon hitting Tempai. So I try to
I will
use that to
say
my advantage.
burying the Dora as dealer though is less effective because then other players can be like, oh, okay, well then I can keep this safe tile for the dealer and hold it longer than maybe they would, and as you say, pair it up with another Dora friend.
That's an interesting perspective, and that's very true. Because at that point, you're not just holding it for value reasons, but also safety reasons, and that's
Yeah. I mean, as players like myself who are almost always looking for the exit,
right.
that's how I think.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking, I think. This hand has worked itself into a position where it actually might end up waiting on the Dora.
So in the invitational that you played, do you think that there was a lot of defensive play, or was more offensive, or did it kind of change as the event proceeded?
I think there were two styles of players. One that is very familiar with the scramble format and typically has an aggressive play style, and those players typically just played their usual style and won on the back of just applying pressure and forcing the rest of the table to react. And then there's another style player that has a more defensive style, and in a set play, they would play more to the conditions and try to find the friend at the table and encourage their friend to win, or just play a very strategical game and respect the pressure that other players were putting out until they couldn't afford to respect it any longer. And those players also saw some success. I saw a number of players who ended up in the top 16 that had a very strategical sort of play style. But it wasn't as if one player style had more advantage than the other. It was a combination of both.
Takeda has messed around a bit too much here, I think. She's managed to muck about with 2 3-sided weights at once.
Very awkward.
She seemed reluctant, as you said, to throw that Dora, and now she's got herself into a bit of a pickle with him. It's really holding her back from getting to Tempai with a all simples and inside hand, or tateniu, depending on what rule set you're coming from and the English that's used.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's been decided now that Dora leaves.
That. Yeah.
I didn't look closely enough, but did that have a chance at 3-4-5 Sanchoku?
I think she does, but yeah, I want a second. I was too busy staring at that door going, what are you going to do with that, mate?
And of course, the dealer opening up here is this late. It kind of signals Tempai, so see how the rest of the players react.
I mean, Yuzuki here is pretty close to Tempai, and she needs points.
Okay, maybe that was a 2-3-4G.
Or was it 2-3-4, that one? I can't remember now. But I was too busy staring at Dora.
Same.
Like a blinding light, right? It's like when you're driving at night and you one of those new cars with the really high, and they've got those high lumen things, like just blinding you. Like, why? That's what the Dora's like to me.
It seems like these days the lights are higher and brighter than ever before.
It's like spotlights. It's like, what? Like, you don't need lights that bright.
And, well, this is not a super bright, shiny hand, just a Kaidor. Actually, it's double south. I didn't note that, but 3 Han is not nothing. Matsuzaki will gain a bit of a buffer now.
I mean, I don't... Yeah, I mean, Matsuzaki, I guess she's just going for infinite points with a dealer run.
Yeah, we noted that she doesn't need to be too loud in the early hands as long as she gets her voice out there in all last. And she has the buffer to be able to challenge Mei or Takeda Riichi.
We may really she wants a direct hit on Takeda, or Hanuman is not enough. Mei's in difficulty unless someone puts a reach stick on the table.
From a team points perspective, this gap for Sirius is fantastic. This is almost
she can lock in second, it's enough, right?
Yeah.
So really, Mei should just, the team, she should just get the quickest possible Tempai, right?
3-pin, a fantastic draw from Matsuzaki. Ishanten. One away from a very early Riichi. Now, last time she had an early Riichi, it unfortunately got chased. But
Matsuzaki has been waiting for a luck. Has a luck coming? I mean, those draws fantastic. That's not quite Tempai, is it?
Not quite.
I'm trying to read it. I'm trying to read it as a, yeah. She's got that 7 bamboo which is sat out there.
Yeah, there are a number of good draws. 3-0, 6-0 certainly would be excellent. Ooh, that's fantastic. We might have to sacrifice the door, but I think Takeda's okay doing that. Just win the game and confirm first. Maybe with pair of Dora also. Oh, sorry, Dora is the 1 pin, not the 2 pin.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's this. So again, if you're new to this overlay, that's the door, not the door indicator. It's very confusing.
That means Takeda has already discarded the Dora and the accompanying 2 pin. Oh, that's the 3 pin.
We know Tempai. Are we Tempai now? Yes.
We should be,
And the
yes.
one...
Choice of weights, actually.
No, we're not. Are we?
Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, and then we cut the 7 so for 2, 5 so weight.
Oddest arrangement of bamboo towels I've ever seen in my life.
Can also cut the 1 or 4 pin for Kanchan 608, but we'll choose the 2 so 5 so 8. It's a little awkward since we already are holding 2 of the 2 so and 1 of the 5 so in our hand already, but with Dora 3, this is just...
Am I stupid? Is she waiting? She's waiting on the 2 so?
Yes. And
that's it.
And 5 so.
There's 2 2-sos there. So
hopefully she
times.
sorts her hand.
Yes, it's.
There we go.
Oh right, yeah, okay, sorry, yeah. Because that 7 bamboo was really throwing me for some reason. Now that's gone. It's much easier.
I mean, there's also a very interesting question about whether she should take this Riichi or wait for, like, if she draws the 5 pin, that's in a fantastic weight as well. Or maybe she could pick some, like, once cut otter Tonki. That would be insane as well.
I don't think Yuzuki's going to throw those 2 bamboos. We know there's 1 5 bamboo there. There's only 2 tiles left in the wall for her. Why do I feel like it's going to be bad times for Matsuzaki?
I mean, I guess part of the problem is that 2 of the 2 so are held, and now
there's 1 left now.
2 of the 5 so. This is just like her first early dealer Riichi. It's just they're all being held. And that is a risk that you accept when you take this weight that you're holding 3 of already, but still.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd have reached it. I would have wanted to flirt with something else. I don't know. Not that she's drawn anything that would have improved her hand, right? Oh no, the 3 pin would have done, right?
Yeah, it would have been a 3-sided weight.
Yeah. Yeah, that one is... If she doesn't draw this 5 bamboo, this is the hand that's going to haunt her in a night maze tonight.
Yeah. Oh, the 4 so as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, she's not going to draw it. It's not going to come through. I'm so sad.
And it's also very difficult for the weight to become trapped. There's no sushi trap available because otherwise you just sumo. So I guess if all the 4 so come out, then maybe the 2 so looks a little safer.
I don't think the 2 so is coming out. Not from these. Not having watched these players play for what, 70 minutes now?
Certainly. It's quite a long shot.
Yeah, Yuzuki's burying those 5 bamboos. I reckon that 4 pin, as she felt it, felt a bit like a 5 bamboo to her. I could see the hesitation in those fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Did you? Can you do the mopai?
I can mopai the haku. That's about it. I can get there are some tiles that I can be okay at, but I'm not very good at that. Oh, there's the last 5 so.
Oh, and there's the last one. It's gone. Maybe it'll go to a draw for Matsuzaki.
It looks like it will, but that's such a sad outcome with Dora 3.
Yeah. Oh no. Now watch as she draws absolute garbage.
Yeah, this feels like disappointment. It was a great opportunity. The gap now to second place. It's pretty close, 6,400. The
Yeah.
Riichi stick and a home bar.
It's very close. Especially as your dealer. I'd just be playing this one hard and fast.
I will note it has been quite a long time since the start of the game. This may be the last hand due to time.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's been about
that's
84
timer,
minutes
right?
since the start. And I think some of that time was just preparing for the match, so about 80 minutes, but I'm pretty sure the timer's going to go off in the middle of this hand. This is probably the last one.
They should do that thing they do at nightclubs, you know, where they flash the lights on and off to warn us all that time is gone. Like, yeah, you're overstaying your welcome now, clubbers.
That does put some pressure on Matsuzaki to make sure this hand is net value. I mean, a lot of times in all last, you'll be content to win just 1,000 points to collect the stick in the home bar and get another repeat, but that's not good enough in this situation if it's the last hand. So you have to make.
Did you have a timer on the tables at the Invitational?
70-minute timer, 70-minute with no hand
70-minute
added.
Cool.
And most of my games went to either finished or went to all last with a repeat that didn't get to be played out. But for basically all of my games, we made it to South 4.
People are much faster than when I started playing in Europe.
I think it helps that all the players at this tournament were players that had won a tournament or at least placed very well in multiple tournaments.
Yeah, it's an invitational, right? Even getting to that event was an achievement.
It was a really great experience playing against so many strong players. Every table was going to be an absolute brawl of...
Yeah, so Matsuzaki had a difficult decision there to make which direction she was going to go for. She had two options for a great weight shape. See where she was hesitating. Or trying to read the board probably and understand where other people might be throwing the tiles and where they might be building their hands. I think that's very difficult when you've only got 3 or 4 discards on the table for each player to make those kinds of decisions. But this is an important hand for Matsuzaki. If she can get to second, it's a big deal, and obviously for May it's a big deal the opposite direction.
Some of these hands desperately need a very specific tile, and it's that stage of the game where it seems to go the slowest.
Yeah.
Especially Takeda with this Itsu, this straight in the Sozu. I think she's probably willing to call. Or
let's see what Matsuzaki threw there. It was really quick, and I think it was the one bamboo.
Yeah, you're right.
I would have hesitated in that one bamboo throw and reassessed whether I was going in the right direction, because that one bamboo probably gave her an option to change direction, no?
Do you see the call from Takeda? Tempan? I think, yeah, she's very settled in on this Yaman Ishantan. Yeah, could have cut the 1, cut the 5, maybe held for the 4-7 draw instead, but...
Yeah. I'm not saying that it was the bad throw, I just would have expected a little moment there.
I think maybe...
Yuzuki,
the
chanter for
and that would just shut things down. I think Matsuzaki had already cut the 1 so previously, so maybe it already made that decision and decided it was appropriate play.
Yeah.
And here, Takeda will just confirm the first with the Itsu.
I still would have just given myself a beat to do a reassessment.
Sure.
Well, if she doesn't need to, then that's great. Good for her. Yeah. Just so you know, if you're playing against me and I take a beat like that, I might not necessarily be doing anything interesting.
That is the end of game 2. It was Takeda completing the win, confirming the first finally. That's
It was a bit of a game of stamina though. That was a long game, and it was a little bit stabby.
Yeah, did we ever have a Mahjong? I can remember
Yes.
5200. I can remember a lot of Ryukyokus.
There was a Riichi pad. Oh, well, I don't know if it's Kiriage mate. There was a Riichi pad Sumadora.
Okay, yeah, we did have one. That's right.
Yeah.
That East 9-man shampoo weight.
There's no like Hanemans or anything exciting, no.
Yeah, that was very, very closely contested all the way through.
Congratulations again on your 14th place at the ARA Invitational. I'm absolutely thrilled you're coming to join us in Tokyo.
I am as well. And coming on soon for our next set of games is going to be another player from the competition and the host. Welcome to Dave and Corak.
Oh, the gang's all here.
Hello, everyone.
How are you feeling, Dave, after organising the Invitational? Are you exhausted?
I'm a little tired. I mean, honestly, the players in the Invitational were working real hard. I was just watching them 6 hanchan a day, so...
6 hanchan a day, gosh.
6
that's
hanchan a
long.
day.
Yeah, 600 on a day and playing to conditions. So they passed out little notepads to everyone, and I had, 18 pages worth of notes?
Oh my word. Wow.
It was
There's
really,
no rest
really
for the
intense.
Wicked Day because you were also organising the World Riichi League for the States
Yeah, well, there's
as well,
a
aren't you?
little bit of rest for the Wicked. World Riichi League is happening on March 1st here in the US, so I get some time to prep for that. It's going to be in 3 locations. It's going to be New York, Chicago, and San Francisco, as hosted by our wonderful partner, Chicago Area Mahjong and PML in San Francisco. And winners from those events are going to be filtered into an online event run by the American Riichi Mahjong League to find out who gets a WRL seat to WRC.
A WRC 2025 seat, yeah.
25, yeah.
But a special invite. A seat that has no country quota. So if you are not a US citizen or US resident, you could still come and seize a seat that way if you fancy a long flight.
We still have some room in Chicago and San Francisco right now.
And also we have another event announced in Cologne. You can find that at worldreachileague.com. That's outside of this 2025 qualification cycle. We'll already assigned the one for the European WRL. However, we will be starting the 2028 cycle. So the Cologne event in March, she says, looking at a calendar, will contribute to your 2028 qualification if people really want to get a jump on the action.
Indeed, and along with that, we're going to be having more World Riichi League events here in the US throughout the year. So if you didn't make it to this one, don't worry. You'll get more opportunities to
If you were ever worried that me and Dave have too much free time, just sign up to our events. Take the free time from us. We didn't need it. I never want to play video games.
I want like a little bit of it, but
I'm very concerned because Civilization 7 is coming out and it's going to cause a lot of trouble.
That's true. My boy Ed Beach is still making that, which is super great.
Yeah, I might just have to cancel having a real job. So.
Oh, here we're gonna hire you. You don't want to run. You can run Sparrow's Nest.
I'd love that, Dave. It's my dream. I don't know if you want me as an employee, though. That's your problem. That's definitely not your dream.
I mean, yeah. Well,
I just told you I wouldn't turn up to work because I want to play Civilization 7. So
just play it at work. Just put it up on the projector.
Okay, you're my ideal. Anyway, let's stop derailing the Mahjong conversation. But please do check out the World Riichi League website. We've got a logo that we're going to launch this weekend as well. So at the moment, the World Riichi League website is a bit of a WordPress.
A little plain without its logo, but now we're going to emblazon it.
Yeah.
Going from plain to plain with a logo.
Oh, it's a nice logo. It's a really nice logo. It's
I rather like it.
Expect to see a lot more of that logo in the future. Right. I think we're handing the reins over to Corak and Nathanael.
Very good. Well, Corak and Dave.
Corak and Nathanael. Corak and Dave. Sorry, I was just chatting to Nathanael. Sorry.
2 people. You got 2 people in the room. It's good.
Yes. All American accents sound the same to me. I can't be expected to tell you.
Oh, I could throw in a really thick Texas accent, but I think that would derail things much further.
Really, I love Texas accents. I think they're my favorite of all the accents. Anyway, you can share that with me when we're doing our commentating. I will let you gentlemen get on with it.
All right. All right, so we're ready for game 3. And we have our players here. Which order? We have Midori Uchimura from the Japanese Professional Mahjong League playing for All Serious. Very serious. Hails from Oita Prefecture and works at a consulting firm. For Blossom Quintet, we have Azusa Tachibana from the Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. Hails from Aichi Prefecture. And she does not have a favorite tile, which means she loves all tiles equally. And she will, it seems to be the first dealer for this game. We have Sakura Matsuzaki, also from Japan Professional Mahjong League, who enjoys horse races and escape rooms, and will be sitting in our north seat. And then in the west seat, we have Chihiro Minase from the Nihon Professional Mahjong Association, hails from Kyoto, and spent time studying in Malta. Her nickname is Mini Devil Cinderella, which a little flowery.
Well, certainly grabbed your attention anyway.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And we are in the classic orange Ultima to start our game. All right.
Okay, looks like we have a 2-Mondora, a whole bunch of Pinzu in this hand. I mean, I just want to go Honitsu. Really sad if those last two aren't Pinzu. And they're not. And I'm sad.
Still pretty close, though.
There's a route for it, but it feels a lot more Tanya out now with that shape, especially the 8-so pair. This 5 fills in nice with a 4-5-6, means sort of reach pin Futanya. 9 pin gives a distant Itsu, but just play regularly. Oh, that's a Honitsu if I've ever seen one. And the 7th connects there with the 8, so looking for a Riichi Pinfu there as well.
Anko 7s already. These hands are moving fast.
Yeah, that is Headless Ishan 10.
Right.
I mean, I'll take Ishan 10 at draw 2.
Draw 2, yeah, it's a good deal.
Another 8 here, a distant Sanju Doko, one of those hands that never happens, but anyone sees it and immediately calls it out.
You just want it to happen.
You do. It's kind of like Ryunpeiko, although those actually exist. They're rare, but they exist. Doko just doesn't, from my experience.
I got a 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku coming together back there.
There's our pawn of the Haku. Cuts the Hatsu here, so not hard selling out on the Honitsu. Keeping the run in lower Sozu to keep an option for later. Meaning you want to speed this hand up. Depending on what is drawn, gets the 9, not the 6. It is Ishan 10, if that is the route that's chosen.
Switch the 2 forward.
Ooh, do you ever... Yeah, you go with the 8 here, and you may end up just cutting Dora next turn.
Yeah, but you got that Pinfu option. Ooh.
Oh, well, speaking of Dora, just get another one here. The problem is that doesn't really help unless you are going for just the Yakuhai.
Yeah,
Going from 4-han to 5 is one of the most depressing things. Unless it's Pinfu Sumo, then it's fine.
2, 4, 6. Ugh.
Yeah, Bandit's the Itsu route. 9-so is definitely a miss here. Hatsu is pretty dead. We'll hold as a safe tile for now. 5. Well, that is a different, wider Ishan, and I want to throw it back. Instead, throws the 8. You only lose the 9. This does pretty much guarantee Tanyao. We'll cut the 2-so here. This is now Ishan 10 as well. 3-so, Tempai. We'll just cut the Dora to just the 2-han, waiting on 5-8-mon.
Hurts to cut the Dora, but hey, if we're gonna win, let's just win.
But Honitsu.
It would be good, but we're gonna shift over.
Yeah, getting rid of the 5, maybe bluffing a bit on this. You see the Dora, and then you see the 5, so you go, what on earth is going on?
Yeah, they've got something exciting happening.
Oh, well, that's just a
2-3.
10 by 3-sided.
Damn.
Riichi, possible Pinfu, possible Dora.
Yeah, a lot of
2,
ways that can
4,
fit.
5. The 4 is Riichi Nomi, the 5 is Pinfu, the 2 is Pinfu and Dora.
Ooh, and everyone's hesitating here, hesitating.
Yeah, just throws the safe 5. A relatively safe 5.
Reasonably, it's got some justification.
He just doesn't want to throw anything near Dora, which is certainly understandable here.
Oh yeah.
Well, the 8 definitely feels like a fold.
It's a
Pays
fold,
going to
yeah.
be pretty safe here. Get the 3. It would have been interesting if you draw the 4-3 Von. But of course, we know that is locked in the hand of the left. Could back into a Chi toy here, but nope, just hard folding.
No. I don't know. First hand of the game, sometimes there's some leeway to do something fun or tricky, but better to
I'm always an advocate of just giving my points while everyone else is getting settled down. Well, that just Tempai. The question is, will this be a Dama or a Riichi? Will Dama waiting on 3-mon for Tanyo Dora 1?
Mhm.
Of course, we know that's never coming
Yeah.
out.
Most of all those 3-mons are.
They're all
surprised by
locked
them.
up. 3 in the Riichi hand and 1 that we already saw. Oh, there's our sumo. Reach sumo. Pinfu. Or a 3!
Oof. Well, there's
That's
a
a
Hanemon.
nice. Yeah, quick Hanemon.
What a wonderful surprise.
Yeah, the casual 27 to 12,000 difference shows the power of Uradora. And Tachibana's just sitting there, are you kidding me?
Yeah, on my dealership of all times. That's rough. It's always rough when that happens.
Not much you can do about it. Just trying to get anything there, and that is the power of just hitting Ura. Now,
And
this
the
looks
risk of
like a
sitting in the dealer seat.
Pinfu type hand, but you have the 6-0 Onko. The hand looks a lot worse when it's put together. Similarly, pretty discombobulated hand. Now, that's a pretty good one. Probably Riichi Pinfu Dora, maybe 2 Dora. It was south pair up, but that's the north seat. Doesn't help a ton. Just going to float some Yakuhai, maybe move towards Honetsu. There have a Chun pair up. This may just be a call and go. Throws the 1-mon, so not greeting for the Chanta, although the whole 1-han to 2-han difference, not really worth it.
All right.
5 so is a
5
great fill there with that 4, 6, 6, 6, 7, 9. 3 so completes the shape. That is now Ishan 10. 7-so's kind of a miss, but you just feel the hand's way too slow. It's only turn 3, but you wish you have something, and that hand just doesn't have any realistic paths. So here's a Chun Onko. The question is, how greedy do you want to be with this? And just playing efficiency for now.
Okay. Not so greedy to hope for the other dragon.
Now we see the 4th Chun. Damaqueengem, not something I'm expecting to happen, though.
Unlikely, I think, at this point.
Now, this is a really awkward draw. The 5, 6, 8, 9 with a 2-so. You normally cut the 2-so, but it's Dora. Now, speaking of awkward draws, another 3-so. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 5.
Everyone's getting onkos of dragons and stuff here. It's getting rough.
Ooh, this is an interesting choice. You can go 1, 3, or the 4-mon.
Yeah, I feel like the 1 might be my choice.
There is a kind of an awkward 3, 4, 5 Sanjigo in there, but it's going to take effort to get to. 3, 4, 5 Sanjigo here looking much better.
Okay.
Chun comes out. Do not get the Damaqueengem.
Shockingly, no diamond.
Yeah, never would have guessed. 7 Mons, a miss there. Already cut a bunch of upper Monzu tiles, so it gets thrown back. That's a miss.
6 Mon.
6 Mon turns this to Ryoncon, but honestly, I feel you should be folding with his hand. There's just nothing there.
Yeah, it's just too slow and not
And you're
promising.
starting to see mid tiles for multiple players.
Yeah,
You
it's getting to
know
that
you're
point.
behind at this point. And if there were good calling routes to get back in, then maybe, but it's not there. Ooh, that's an
Oh.
interesting choice. We'll cut the 3, so lock in the 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. No, you sure you don't want that one? Now this one I might just cut the 4 because I just feel I'm behind. And yeah, that's the decision here.
Just trim it down, yeah.
Through the 8, draw another one. It goes back. Oh, yuck. Yeah, it's just
See
no.
you later.
Get it.
Nope,
Throw the
nope,
2.
nope, nope.
Yeah, that 9 feels like a fold. You're gonna hold the south now just for when someone reaches, presumably. Oh, that's so sad. Look at that pond of Monzu tiles. Looked like a 6, 7, 8, 9
Ooh, 5, 6, 7. All right.
ish on 10. Doesn't take the double Kanshan, keeps the 1, 3, 5,
1, 2,
6.
3.
Well, I think you just cut the. I would cut the 9 so and hold the south for a bit, but that is the what, the 4th 8 so. Okay, so if there's a Kabe, that's why.
Still ish on 10.
Ooh, that's an awkward draw. The idea here is just call down and wait under a Tonki, most likely. A lot of very interesting, awkward hands, though. You cut 7 so, or do you throw this back? You could also go 2 Mon. And of course, you can just fold. This hand actually got somewhere, which is far better than I expected. But it's also turn 12, and you have bad shape Ishunten. And you
Yeah.
really don't want to have to throw the 4. I kind of like throwing this back. But we'll throw the 7, going for it.
I mean, as long as you have that Onko south, you do have a lot of ability to turn tail and run.
Yes. The question is, how Dama heavy is this table going to be? Because these are the type of situations where, especially when I play against pros, throwing those mid tiles late always gets me in big trouble. So I've stopped doing it. But the 5 clears. 4, 5, 6 on Shoku, and we'll shift away, shift towards that direction. Hatsu's a miss.
Sumo.
Gets the Pinfu. Sumo, Pinfu, Dora 1.
Dora 1. A nice gentle sumo.
You must reach for your Pinfu. It always feels bad when you sumo a Pinfu, especially in East 2. I can see it in South 3 or South 4, but it just feels so sad to get the 20
bit.
fu on those.
I feel like that hand could have used the extra oomph.
We'll get into second place there for Matsuzaki, but Minase is dealer here. Whole bunch of Monzu tiles.
Ooh, 3, 3, 4,
1
4, 5,
Dora.
6.
The rest of the hand didn't really come together. 8 pin would really help, but above average starting hand, just not great. Hatsu pair up. Haku Anko now.
Anko, okay.
3 so's, decent floating tile, hedging the distant 1, 2, 3
Another
Sanshoku.
Dora.
6 Mon
Alright.
pair up. Yeah, it's a nice fill.
3
3's a nice fill.
Hands are on a tear here. Everyone's just going.
That might really do much, and the 8's getting thrown back. There's the second Hatsu. It always feels bad, and we do see it was passed.
Hatsu and South together, though. That might be Honitsu.
Well, especially if the second Hatsu is passed, it almost has to be Honitsu or Chitoi, just locking that in effectively as a pair.
Sure. Or Honitsu Chitoi if you want to get fancy. Oh, there's another
Oh, just draw another one.
up.
That's
What is
Dama.
up with these Onkos?
I don't think that's not the South player, is it? Oh, I think it is.
Gonna be Dama discard 4.
Yeah, this is the South player. That is Dama waiting on 5 so for Matsuzaki.
2 away from a concealed Honitsu. Ooh, the 2 feels very nice.
Ooh.
Is it Chanta time?
It might be. I
Could
would
it
go
be
for
Sanshoku
it.
Chanta time?
I would
Please.
go 7-8. Oh, just go for
Oh,
the more efficient play.
get the Pinfu Chanta, I guess.
Well, the problem with Pinfu Chanta is then you went on the side that isn't Pinfu and you're just sad.
Yeah, you gotta
Or
get it
the
right,
side isn't
but
Chanta.
yeah. But I'm holding out hope for my favorite hand. I believe in this. Oh no,
That didn't
never
matter
mind.
because the dealing came out. As mentioned, there was the Dama.
Yeah, fast. Fast.
Matsuzaki here with the 1 Dama and the 2 Dama. I am obligated for personal morals to cheer against Matsuzaki now.
Yeah, Matsuzaki's playing a little crafty now. They want the table to be a little afraid of them anytime they do anything, to always be, looking out.
Has definitely a Pinfu type hand there. 2 so distant Itsu, the 4-6-8 in Pinzu's a little help. Here's the Hatsu pair. Can accept a Dora with a 3-5-4, so is Dora. 1 so doesn't do anything, so it's going to get tossed back. There's the Hatsu, and there it goes.
6 pin.
Yeah, a little bit of improvement. Hands aren't really moving forward. It's just okay. The 5 actually helps there,
Yeah, 5
getting
more
that to a
structure.
5-5-7-7-8. But yeah, it's improvements like that. The 6 to turn that into a 2-4-6. Yeah, technically it's moving it forward, but it doesn't help a lot.
Yeah, it's like moving its potential. It's like gaining potential, but not actually gaining traction. Oh, that 6 is also kind of nice.
Yeah, that's a nice draw. Yeah, saying I remember from old in science class, so much potential, so little momentum.
We got 70.
8 so moves this possibly toward Chitoi, and the 2 so moves this hand towards
Also,
a
potentially
different
towards
way to
Chitoi?
possible Chitoi, possible. Well, the thing is, if you get Chitoi, it's almost Ipeiko, and then you have to make your decision whether you want to go for the Chitoi or the Ipeiko shape. Speaking of Ipeiko
Another
upgrades,
Ipeiko upgrade, yeah. All right. 6 is at least usable. This 6.
I think we are in a Toitsuba. Everybody's pairing up.
Oh my god.
Oh no, not pairing up, encoing up. There
Ongoing.
we
We're
go.
ongoing as. Oh, geez.
Yeah, that format is definitely it's Chitoi.
3, 4, 5. And this
This
is
is
Tempai.
Dama waiting on 1 Mon. The East is still Yakuhai, so it is just an Atazuke waiting on 1 Mon. And I think 2 of those are out already, so it's not very good. This is Tempai. Well, Riichi, Tanyao, Dora 1 waiting on 7 pin.
2, 3, Han.
Question is, you just well, there's
Ooh.
a Yakuhai. He can't even 1 Mon, and well, 1 Mon Dama. This is Tone Dora 1.
A lot of very,
I believe
very
it's double Tone
gentle
Dora
hands
1.
here.
All this Dama, I am disgusted.
No, this is Minase. It's not double tone. How can that 4?
Yes, it is Minasa. Let's see. 9 doesn't really do anything, and I just don't think this weight gets better. So this is a matter of just wanting to save the stick.
It gets better if you get like a 4 mod, I guess.
Yeah, then you upgrade to a 2-5. You lose some foo along the way.
Well, you can get the 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku.
Oh, yeah, there is the Sanjuku. That would do it.
Yeah, that would be the upgrade that they might be dreaming
Oh,
of.
well, there's Tempai.
Yeah, we have another Tempai
Can't go
here.
for the Sananko with the 8-pin cut, or the good weight with the 7. We'll take the good weight here.
But that 7
Riichi,
deals
yeah,
in.
doesn't matter.
Alas.
No Ura, so we'll be the 52.
Oof, oof. And that
And
undoes all
Tachibana out of last now.
Yeah, all of Matsuzaki's hard Dama work has been undone, unfortunately.
Tachibana off of that all the way into second place now. That's the thing about those Dama is one hand like that, even with an awkward shape because it was Tsuji. Tsuji was Riichi's help with an early 9 pin and then a late 4 Riichi. It's not usually a Ryankan shape like that, where the 7 deals in. So it's definitely a little sneaky, but at the same time, I feel those Dama just so many points left on the table, and it hurts. But Pinfu hand. Ugh, Junchan maybe?
Maybe. I mean, I'm always happy for Junchan.
Itsu looking pretty good there. Otherwise, Pinfu, maybe Peiko with the 7, 8, 8, and 9 so. The question is, what do you do with the 4? Okay, cuts the 1, says forget the Junchan. We're just playing normally.
Alas. Alright.
Late pin, nice little upgrade on the 5-7 to a 5-7-8. Also opens the potential for an Itsu. 1-1's a miss.
Hots is no help.
3-so connects to the 4, so move the hand a little bit forward. 2-mon doesn't do anything here. We'll go ahead and hold it in the off chance the 9-mon Ankh goes up and you end up using the 5 as a pair. 6-mon pair up, not a great option, but just going to hold the tune for safety, thinking the rest of the hand is pretty bad. Another pair, but really can't do much with it.
4, 6, 8.
Ryankan
Okay.
upgrade. Of course, you'd love to fill that with a 7 and being Dora. Possible 6, 7, 8 Sanjiku shift later as well. 6 is a nice pull, but still a bit to go. South pair up. Look at the 4. This also hedges the Chitoitsu. Ishunten, I believe.
Nice
Well, there's
7
one of the
fill.
7s. Only needs 2 more 7s. Oh, well, there's an Anko and has 2 Dora, so that hand plays itself. The 3, well, it should just
5.
be the 4 or the 8 here.
Yeah.
The 8, I feel, is the normal cut. You just don't want to have to throw it later. Oh, well, do you go Honetsu?
Yeah, it's
We are in
weird.
South round. Or
It's
do you
not
keep the
crazy,
Chitoi
unfortunately.
Ishunten? I kind of think you keep the Chitoitsu Ishunten.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just
I
because
feel
I
like
want that Dora in this hand. Kind of chooses both by cutting the 1-so.
Yeah, that was a good way to split the decision down the middle.
Hatsu's a miss. You can get rid of the 4-so here now, though. And that is going to be the play.
Okay. So we're gonna just get rid of the poison early.
Well, when you have Ryanmiram and Ishunten, you just want to get rid of those tiles. If someone Dama snipes you, so be it. You want to hold on to the safety for now. Does not take the perfect Ishunten upgrade.
So 1. Everyone's down to looking for just a few things.
Yes. 8 is close, but that's not it. 6 and an 8 when needing a 4 and a 7 never feels good.
You're getting close. You're almost drawing the right tiles.
Yeah, unfortunately, almost doesn't seem to result in points in my tray. One pin, another miss, and oh well.
Oh,
what about a
wow.
third Dora?
Yet
That'll get your
another Dora.
attention.
Okay.
Now, with that, you can pretty much shove anything. Even if someone reaches, I wouldn't care that much.
At that point, yeah. Well, not only do you have so much value, you know where the value is.
Right. And the 7, just a tile that's going to be in demand a lot. By its very nature. Oh, there's our Riichi Pinfu for 7-pin. Yeah, when you have a 7, especially, to a lesser extent a 3, but especially on a 7, there's so many times someone's going to penchant with that Dora, and if you have all those blockers, you can often just ignore what everyone else is doing.
A little bit of a step back with that.
Yeah, not a hard fold, but definitely looks like a fold. Oh, just Patsumo, Riichi Patsumo Pinfu.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No Ura, but will be a nice little pickup on dealer, so 26 alt. And then Tachibana, pretty close to first now. We are still just in South 1, though.
Yeah, Matsuzaki and Uchimura are real close. 400 between each other, between 3rd and 4th. And now Tachibana and Minase are probably going to be fighting. Minase, I'm sorry. Are probably going to be fighting each other. Oh, looks like there was a mistake on the deal.
Was it broken at the wrong spot? Because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like someone made a mistake.
Yeah, that looks like a 10 from here. Is that a 10 or a 12? So it is a 12, but maybe something was knocked down.
Pardon me.
Regardless, looks as though it's been solved for now.
Been resolved. Let's see, we got a 7, 8, 9.
Maybe Itsu, maybe Peiko. It's a type of hand I really like. I mean, I'd prefer one that's just already completed, of course, but it gives a lot of options for value depending on what you draw. That's pretty much a locked-in Pinfu. It feels like a Pinfu Tanyo type hand. This has a South pair up. Can also shift to a Dora, but it's actually Ishan 10. We're very close. 6-0 pair up's a nice pull there. Does have the penchant to fill later, though. 4 fills that 3, 5, 7, 9.
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
it is Ishan 10. Karagiri's the 1.
The old swappy doppy.
I kind of, in that situation, just like cutting the penchant block here and potentially calling and accepting Dora. Just going to cut the 8 here. Gives up on the Peiko. 2, so pairs up. Maybe a Tanya shift later. 6 is a great fill there. I'll continue cutting these dragons. 3, so extends the Sozu shape to a 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sensing some Sanshoku potential.
4, so gives a possibly Peiko upgrade. It's actually 1, 3, 4, 5, 6.
2, 3 here is nice.
Cuts the 5, gives up on the Itsu. 5 shows a great draw here. Now your question is what's your pair going to be? And the answer is I'll find it later.
Yep. Oh, man.
Oh, well, there's your Dora. 3, so now Ishan 10. Well, ooh,
Okay.
interesting draw with that 5. Yeah, the 5, 6, 7, 8. You can cut the 2, 4 here if you want to get really greedy. And does so.
Yeah.
And the problem is if you don't cut the 2, 4, you're likely Riichi and often bad weight. So I like it a lot, but it often will backfire on you. Similarly, I don't really like floating the 2-mon here, not with a 4-mon door. You can already accept the door in that shape. So you're not doing a whole lot. This is now a Kutsuki Shunten. Double floaters. One so's a miss.
Help. Oh, this poor
Two
hand.
so. Well, that is technically Tempai. Riichi +1 will Dama here. Frizo confirms the Peiko. This is now Ipeiko Nomi. All these disgusting Damas. I am the wrong person to be casting this game.
It's a rough one this time. Yeah, everyone's just chilling out and keeping quiet. Let's see here.
Oh, no, that's one where I'd look at the table and make sure there aren't 2 dead. If there is, I love that as a Tonki. Okay, well, there's a slam. I don't see any reason to Dama now.
There we
Riichi,
go.
Pinfu, door 1, waiting on 3 so, 6 so. Of course, I see 3 of them in this hand. Another 2
Literally
here.
this hand.
You just show me great chase? Nope. Throws the safe 8. Will Dama us waiting on the 7 pin.
A little bit of a quest for safety now.
Speaking of 7 pin,
7
well, if it
pin,
gets
what are we
pushed, it
doing?
actually deal into the cheap hand. 7 so. That is an ugly shape.
Ugh.
That's not a good tile into that pod. You do have the 8 so, but that only makes the 7 worse, and yeah, it just folds out. Might be able to sneak back in. Oh, well, that's Tempai.
Oy.
Would be
But
the
is it
2
worth
so,
it?
breaks it.
Not worth it.
Seven pin pair. Now, perfect Ishunten.
No east.
No, another
Dora.
Dora. Well, that's about the worst tile you could have drawn.
Huh. And back
Oh,
we are to
well, I
Tempai.
mean, I'd say forget it. I'm just throwing the stick in. We'll Dama again on 5-8 pin.
More Dama. Ooh. Suji on the Dora. What do we think?
If you were Tempai, maybe, but you're not. The problem is you're in 4, so you're tempted, but at the same time, I feel you just have to back off there. If you're Dama, that's why you're Dama, is to be able to fold there.
Right. Right. East. All right.
Oh, the
Good
East
draws.
Tonki was the obvious way.
Haku can go, and that's it.
Yeah, just the 2 players Tempai.
2 Tempai, 2 no 10. And our dealer holds on to it for
Rich
another
get
go.
richer, poor get poorer.
Yeah, that was a little interesting. It was really a lot of Dama action, that hand.
Dama and action are 2 words that don't go back to back. All right, this feels a Pinfu, maybe a Tanyao. Pretty good starting hand. You have that Penchun you're not thrilled with, double Penchun, but I take it. It's not great. You have a Dora. There are call routes. 6, 7, 8, or 79 Sanshku looks possible. There are ways to maneuver it. As a West pair, kind of a Pinfu type hand. Chun pair.
Yeah. And just
This also
No,
has a
it's-
Dora.
1600 on the table means like running away with Chun isn't that terrible.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with getting the points. The problem here is there's this fight for first and fight for third. And if you're in one of those bottom positions, you really want a decent sized hand here to try and put a little fear into Minase and Tachibana. Well, then I got the Tuso here. Also gives distant routes to Chitoi. 5 so connects to the 4, moves it a bit away from Honetsu.
Yeah.
1, 2, 5, 8, 9.
Right in
Yuck.
the middle. All right, Haku pairs
I'll
up.
do pair up. Can't just call and go, and I feel that's how I'd play this hand. Ooh, Hatsu pair.
pairs
That
up.
might brute force us
Ooh.
into Honetsu.
Oh, it is.
Says, okay,
Oh,
we're
yes.
going. Forget it. We're just going.
I appreciate finally seeing that sparkle of greed in a player's eye here. Because that would be manga on hand.
9 so doesn't do much. 9 pin doesn't do much, but there's a good chance to get rid of the 5. Gonna try and disguise that it was a 4-5 cut, at least for a bit.
Yeah, make it as unclear as possible so people don't quite realize what was going on there.
Yeah, generally, anytime you're cutting a middle run like that, something fishy's going on. 8 so doesn't help with the 5-6.
Doesn't help.
3 so. Oh, well, the 4 earlier is a bit sad. This is the other side of the whole day, too. This is why it's more efficient not to cut those runs. And locks in the route for the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. This feels like a Chitoi with that 8 so cut.
And
1 pin's a miss as well.
Oh.
Old Dots is
hesitation
a
on that
safe
Hats.
tile. I don't think it was
Dora tab.
fear. I think it was I want to hold something. And now with that, people should start suspecting the Honetsu.
Yeah, it's enough wanton destruction to the other suits. 4, 5, 6.
Now Ishan 10 can shift up to the 4, 5, 6 with a 6-pin drop.
Oh man, let's immediately upon commitment to the Honitsu will one never draw a tile of that suit ever again.
Well, there's the Hatsu,
That's
there's the
right.
call. And you have to figure that's exactly what's happening. If you don't throw it now, you're holding it till the end of the hand.
Yeah.
You pretty much read what's going on at this point, so yeah, that 5-pin is definitely a key toy play. Well, you may just abandon the Sanshku now. I wouldn't bother with it. I would definitely cut the 4-mon, but greeting to keep that Sanshku shift.
Okay.
Also doesn't want to throw the 4 to make it called. And I feel that that's one where a lot of different players disagree. There's a Honitsu in my right, but I know they're not Tenpai. How much obligation do I have to squeeze their tiles?
It's always hard to be in that position where you're like the key contributor to someone's Honitsu, and like, do you play for yourself or do you just?
Well,
here we
I
go.
think here you just slam it.
Probably just slam it.
Yep, Riichi, potential Haku.
Oh, but we're going. We're going.
Yeah, and we might see a deal, and not yet, though.
We might see a deal, and you're right. That Haku might be it.
Well, it's Ishan 10, and the Haku is the leftover tile, so it feels like it's going to come out. The Chitoi, okay, we're out of here.
Worried about that. There's the south.
6-pin, not a great tile. Might even throw Haku here if you're a little scared. And that is what happens. Deals in. Riichi, Haku. No Ura, 9 Mon is the Ura, so we'll just be the 2 Han.
Small win, but pulls Uchimura into a solid third, or more solid third.
And also brings Minase a little closer to Tachibana.
Yeah, and Uchimura, like one Haneman. Haneman sumo for Uchimura at this point is first
Well,
place.
Uchimura's dealer, just win Mongon.
Yeah, dealer Mongon, there we go. So that's, I mean, not trivial to do, but definitely an attainable path to victory.
And that's definitely a Pinfu looking hand. Couple runs, pair. Ooh, now that's a bit of an interesting hand. Probably Tateniu. This one is bad. Maybe Chitoy with 3 pairs. It's not what I want to see.
Not a winner.
And seriously, that one at least has a couple runs. You have the overlap of the 4, 5, 7, 8.
3, 4, 5 fills in.
Yeah, actually the 3, 4, 4, 5. So it could go Ipeiko with it potentially. One so pair up. Do you go Honitsu? I don't think it's going to be immediately committed to, but it's definitely in the back of your mind.
It's a little far for Honitsu, I think, but this is pairing up. And here's another
7
Dora.
Mon pair. Well, that just feels like Chitoy. When you pair the Dora up and your other route was 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku, it feels like they had just want you to go Chitoy. 8-pin pair up.
Doesn't help.
Yeah, 6 Mon cut is
So, yeah.
definitely that's a. We know what we're going for, and if we don't get there, we don't get there.
5, 6, 7 finishes up, looking nice.
There's some awkward shapes left in Monzu, and there we see the Haku called with a 11399.
Oof. But we are Ishanten technically, so hey. Well,
Yes.
Ugh.
I just 6-pin. I wouldn't even think very hard about this one. I don't think it's a pair-based hand, and I just want to lock my run in, and then I can make my decisions later. The advantage of cutting the 3-so is you pretty much lock in the Tateniu, but I don't even think that hand necessarily needs it.
Oh, we just fell the 3, 4, 5.
Gets the 7, and
7.
now
All right, now we're
Ishanten.
Ishanten. Yeah. Oh, there's a West pair. Okay. Chitoy's coming together.
Ishanten for Chitoy. Ishanten for, I believe this is the Haku
It's
hand.
Haku, yeah, just Haku.
There's the call. There's the Tempai takes the 5, 8-so weight.
5, 8.
And we see this loose 8-so. Three-pin doesn't do much, but at the same time, just the shapes are so bad.
Yeah.
Nine so. Well, there's Tempai. There's our 8, though. That's going to end this hand.
Just Tateniu. Minase.
My favorite
Minase.
hand, Tateniu Nomi.
Yeah, hey. First place.
Gets the job done.
Moves the game forward. Grabs her dealership.
I mean, they will be dealer here in South 3 in first place. And in the second place team, you really need to win because we're coming up on the end. You need to win this game.
Things are starting to get done.
Pretty good starting hand. Also possible Chanta. In case you weren't awake there, Dave, that should get your attention.
Yeah, that just says not good enough for Koshi. Unfortunately.
At the same time, I don't mind a hand like this, but it needs a lot of calling.
Yeah, let's see.
6-0 will allow this to upgrade to the Ryanman. Holds the 9-so for a possible Itsu. Ew.
Yeah.
It cuts the 2, so thinking Honetsu at this point.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Another pair here, but that's only the third one. Cuts the 8, unlocks the Dora pair in. Oh, well! Actually, that's a
Oh, those
really good
8s.
draw. It does allow you to move towards Itsu.
4,
I think that's a
5.
shape a lot of people miss, is when you have an Onko like that you don't necessarily think about it, but it could just be your pair for your Itsu.
Mm. Yeah, you can work through it.
Hedges the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku, also keeps the Peiko. But this hand also just needs that something connected Mons with. That 4-mon, 7-mon floater. There's not much there. Well, it's another pair-based hand. There's 4 of them. Cuts the tune for now.
It's a Haku pair right there.
Yeah,
Ishan 10.
can call that down for Tempai on
Yeah.
South or Haku.
Ooh, there's a filled shape. 3, 4, 5. Pin
With
for
2
door
Dora,
2.
you're not picky about your shapes. You just want something.
Ooh.
This is probably the 7. Because I like the ability to shift around a bit with the
Ishan
4.
10 on that. Maybe Itsu with a little bit of a lucky draw.
Yeah, you could also cut the 4 really hoping for a Dora draw, but it's just so bad to be even if you do draw Dora, then what do you want? You're on Dora Indicator.
Yeah, it's an ugly shape to be living on. North, no help.
Ooh, that's an interesting draw.
4, 5.
Okay, cuts the 2. That one's one where I draw that and submit that to a what would you do question, because that's a tough decision. Instead,
Yeah.
just shifts it over with the 2.
It's reach time. South and Haku.
Yeah, will win 1. Also has a
Matsuzaki.
Dora. Ishan 10 here as well. Yuck. Not the hand you want to look down at when someone's reaching.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. South Haku Dora. Yeah, South or Haku and Dora. So it's 3 minimum.
Yes. Of course, there's a double South Riichi, so that would be the Mongon. Even on Roan.
That's true. So it's at least 52. Yeah, so it's definitely going to get Matsuzaki out of last and possibly even further.
Ooh, interesting
Keiko.
choice. Which run do you like? You can't fold here. There's no way you're folding.
And
Oh, well, there's our Itsu.
Senpai.
So it's actually a
7-9.
7-9 weight, and the 9
Yeah.
is not Itsu.
But
And needs change. You see the yellow one
needs
coming
change,
out.
yeah.
We've all done that. The pros occasionally do it too. Oh, there's the
There's
South.
the
That's the
South.
Elin tile. That's never
And
coming out from that
yeah,
hand.
we are evading. We are done. We are done giving that South.
7 pin. That's the do I really want to fight this draw? Again, if you're Tempai, you just throw it in, but this is not. This is a tough decision. I feel in these situations, I like just shoving because I don't know how to fold.
Oh, and here we go.
Goes
We're
for
just
it.
going to shove. Gets away with it. Oh, man. All right. We got our Anko of 1-mon.
1 so is safe. Oh, that is a Monzu tile. Dora Suji. Oh, no.
Yeah, you could play the 3-mon and just
And see if you can pass the 6 later, but it's just so bad now.
Yeah, it's a
And you
tough
shove
one.
the 7 last turn. The 4 is safe now. I don't mind giving this one up. I also don't hate just shoving, and just shoves. So again, it's 7-9 so versus non-Haku. Not exactly your standard weights. Not a classic Ryama here.
No, some tricky weights for some potential big value. Oh, and the 3, 4, 5 fills up. This hand wants to live. But not yet.
No. Oh, there's
Oh.
the expensive end. One less 7 in the wall.
I think that's 3 sevens we can see for sure it did.
Oh, could go Chitoi here. This is Ishunten for Chitoi.
It would be an interesting way to like try to
Maneuver this out.
to sneak it out. It is a commitment.
I
though,
think
at
the
this point.
Tumon looks pretty good, actually. We'll go ahead and throw the 3. Takes the perfect Ishunten.
Okay. So we are committing, but we're committing to a different shape.
Yeah, and a 4th one.
4th one.
That's one where you just hold it, and if you get on the last draw, you could always con to deny someone a draw.
Hmm.
There's Dora,
Dora
but no
comes
one's
out.
waiting on it.
Ugh, this is that tempting south. It's sitting there
No,
saying
no,
like,
3-mon is safe.
no.
Tempting, but not that tempting.
At this point in the
5.
game, not having seen them, there's no way.
Yeah,
There's no way you can
well,
throw it.
you see all the 3s here, you can just cut the 2 pretty safely.
Yeah, it's like a good swap. Oh, but we're thinking about it.
Might also just be thinking of the 3-mon. A little suspicious why there aren't any 2s out if you see all the 3s. But I'd throw the 2. If I deal it, I feel I just deal in. And yeah, eventually gets there. West, another honor that's not the win.
Yeah. I feel like having all 4 of the ones is also kind of tough.
Another miss, and it's a Monzu, it looked like, but I can't see which one. Well, it passed. 2 pins safe. What, 2 draws left, I think? There's the con. This is exactly
There's
what
the
I was
con.
talking about. Con to deny the draw. You know the 6 is safe, so you can just cut the 6.
Yep.
There it is. We're going to see the 2 players tempi.
Oof. Oof.
It's depressing when you have a weight like that. It just doesn't win for either of them.
It's a little rough, and the game's gonna slide forward into South 4 all last with not too much
It's
distance
important that
here.
there's 2,300 in the middle right now. So you
Yes.
don't need much to take over a position here.
Yeah, what 4th to 3rd is 38.
Well, your dealer, it doesn't
minus
matter.
100. Oh yeah, pretty much anything. Yeah, anything will get you from 4th
Yeah.
to 3rd at this point.
It's more a Tachibana needs, I believe, what, just the 1 Han or 2 Han? 2 Han.
I think 2 Han. Yeah, 2 Han for Tachibana to take first. And
Uchimura, it's basically Mongon. It doesn't really
Mongon.
change, but does give you a good position to get second. Because that's 5,000.
no, any Mongon will get.
Well, yeah,
Uchimura
any
first.
Mongon will be
Yeah.
first place. Because the whole thing is 3. As opposed to just 100. But we'll take a look at these hands. Nice little Pinfu. Possible Itsu, maybe 3 or 4 5 Sanshoku. 1 pair up. You have the West pair. Not too much there, though. 6-pin pair up.
Itsu option 1 2 4 5 7 9, but not like.
Yeah, I hate
little bit of
those
a
because
stretch.
you know it's supposed to be Itsu and you know you're never drawing them.
Yeah, yeah. You need like very specific material to make it happen.
Well, you'd have the Hatsu pair. May end up actually using it as the pairing going Riichi Nomi.
You could.
4 fills in nicely with the 3 4 5. Oh, 5 so pair up. Now you can just even consider calling.
Chun pair up. 3 4 4 3 4 5.
Ooh, 3 4 5 Sanjugu. How much do you believe? That's a maybe.
That's a maybe. That's a good maybe though.
Yuck.
Yeah, it's too many pairs. Go home, pairs.
Well, it's not just pairs. That's one of my favorite pastimes. Count the kanchan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How do you get 7? Well, because you have Ryokan all over the place.
It's coming to some pretty critical decision points pretty fast.
Yeah, here's some tough hands to play. Now, this one's pretty easy to play. The only question was the Sanshoku. Okay, it's Chitoi.
Another. Okay.
It's just
Chitoi
Chitoi.
time.
You don't even have to think about it anymore.
Chitoi time. Let's do it.
Tumon
5.
gives up on the Sanshoku. Of course, if you pair up the 2 or the 5 mine, you can cut Hachu Hachu and go for the Pinfutanyo.
Dora shows up.
Yes.
Dora throws away.
Well,
Huh.
not even. Oh, what about just Toi Toi Honitsu?
Toi Toi Honitsu. Seems like a popular choice.
Not exactly what you were expecting. Oh,
2, 3, 4,
ooh,
5,
that's a
6.
fun draw. Because you have that Hatsu pair you really want to get rid of, but you can't. Goes for the 4, 5, 6
man, what is
Sanjuku route.
going on?
That's cheat. It's not Tempai. It is not Tempai
It
under
wouldn't be
our
Tempai, but we're gonna
rules
keep
here.
it. We're gonna try for something truly beautiful here.
This is one where since you can't use duplicate pairs in Chitoi, it is not Tempai.
I feel like that's the most.
well,
was that the third HOTS? Yep.
Yeah, that is a
But it's also
super
not
weighty
Tempai.
something. Oh, you could just wait on
Dora.
Dora. It
You
is
could just-
Hellweight. I would
Dora
Dama.
Hellweight. Reach Chitoi Dora 2 is
Let's
Mangan right
see.
there.
Interesting. And it is well, yeah, you could even just Riichi this, but I kind of like the Dama. If you hit someone, it would be second place, and Sumo's still first.
I suppose. I guess you do still also have the option to upgrade to the Honitsu.
Yeah, to go to the Honitsu, because you don't really
get
want to
it.
be on Dora if you if you have a choice.
Yeah,
Oh, just Sumo, easy game.
Just Sumo it. That's beautiful.
Lost out on the Patsumo, but it was the last one of the wall, so I think that is absolutely reasonable.
Fine. It's fine.
It gets you first place, and we say it over and over. The first place bonus in this format is ridiculously high.
That's a huge win. A huge
Yeah,
win.
you see that there with Uchimura.
Yeah.
41.6 off that Chitoi Sumo Dora 2. Minase with the 9.4. Tachibana minus 14.4, and Matsuzaki, the fourth Earth, the minus 36.6. And look at the scores. Uchimura's team is now just in command there. They were fighting for last the whole game and just got it there at the end. And I don't think they're going to get caught now.
I don't know if it's possible. Yeah, they have such a commanding lead at this point. That was a really, really, really great last hand. I felt like I was going to say that was like the most aspirational hand I've seen that game, and I'm glad it turned out.
Yeah, chat. Corak actually approving of Dama. Believe it or not, I do Dama. I actually have stats on this. I have an average of 1 Dama win every 20 Hanchan.
1 Dama win every 20. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I wonder what my.
But that was a Hellweight, 1 left on Dora that was going to come out because everyone was pushing. That I think that was the right play. And again, first is Sumo anyway. You don't need the extra value there. And especially with where the team is, you don't need the extra, 6 to 8 points. They're in a commanding position. We're going to get the update on that score pretty soon.
All right, let's take a look.
Yeah, this are the standings before the games. All Sirius East definitely in position there, but Aokei in second and within range. And then we have our game results, and All Sirius just said, the game was close, but let's not worry about it anymore. And Aokei, who is starting to fight back, just kind of dies here. with a minus 78.2. So just the basic head math suggests all series is going to be an absolutely dominant position now.
Yeah, poor. Okay, like they had a chance, but it did not pan out for them in this set at all.
No, the absolute worst case scenario. And, ooh, yeah, is that the update? No, that
There
looks
we go.
like
I was gonna say that looks more like the update. Yeah, so
yeah,
now,
ooh, 300 points, and we have
300
how many games left? What, 1, 2? One session left. Yeah, this is over. Even if you get all first versus all fourths, that's probably enough to hold. So I feel all series can pretty much punch their ticket as long as they show up on time.
Yeah, like a plus 150, minus 150 session would bridge that gap, but that's so unlikely. It would have to be like both a rampage and a disaster happening at the same time.
Yes, and especially when you're in that position, you're not likely to take a bunch of force back to back because everyone on your team is saying, hey, don't overextend yourself.
Yeah, just don't risk it. Just chill out. Just take second or third, plus or minus 10, whatever.
Oh, I feel very good there for all Sirius East, and that big win there on the end with Mongon to steal first.
Yeah.
And although they weren't in any real danger before, now they're not in any danger.
Now they're very, very safe. I mean, Keio and Blossom Quintet actually competing between third and fourth are real close, so they've got a lot on the line. And Aokei does have to make sure to not just like absolutely face plant. But yeah, all Sirius East really has this group wrapped up, I think.
All right, then. Any closing thought? I think we have something from WRC, because we know they play their games. I know Jen was telling people she was playing.
Aha. Let's see what they have to say.
We're going to have the standings up here pretty soon, once we get the tech loaded. These are before WRC with the small lead, and the group just absolutely neck and neck. And Jen takes a negative, not a catastrophic one, the big first in the end, saving the day, basically.
Negative. Kamekitazawa?
See the big win there in the second game with that 62.2. Oh, yeah.
Holding
if you
out,
thought this
holding
couldn't get
out.
any tighter, we fixed that.
Yeah, this last session is going to be really important for WRC.
None of these teams are. These are all within one match of each other. Forget a series of each other. It's not like what we just saw. This is one game will determine everything for this group.
Anybody's group here, which is really exciting. Oh, let's see. I like looking at stuff.
Yeah, these are overall individual results. Of course, you see definite fan favorite Utani there in third at 271.9. But Yonashiro in first with only 8 games, so it doesn't count yet.
306 over 8
at
games.
306.
That's huge numbers.
We do have the color coding for if you have played 10 games, it'll be in the yellow. And of course, these greens are right on the line here.
Oh, this session? Ah, okay. So greens are people we've seen. Very cool. Insane. 306 over 8 games. Good lord.
Just so, well, it's an easy game. This is the cut line, I presume, for advancement to the individuals.
I was going to say, I'm not sure how the cut for the individuals works.
Yeah, I can hop in and share about this. So the individual playoffs is quite exciting. There is a sequence of events that allows you to play in the quarterfinals. So if we hop back to the first page of the individual standings at the start here, we can see in orange the top 7, and that's because the top 7 players advance directly into the quarterfinals. So from Inashiro all the way down to Tsukimura, as the standings currently hold, they would be moving directly to the quarterfinal playoffs for the individuals. And of course, they definitely want to hit that 10-game minimum, so we expect to see Inashiro play a couple games and Sugimura play at least one more game. Similarly for Hinata and Takahashi and all these other players that are close to meeting the goal to make the individuals. But beyond the first 7, a sequence of games will be played to make your way into the quarterfinals. So at the start, 8th through 23rd, 16 players will play one game, and the top 3 scorers will advance into the quarterfinals. And so people who are placing higher in the standings will have the first shot at getting in, but that's not the end. After those top 3 advance to the quarterfinals, there will be 3 empty spaces. Those will be filled by the 24th, 25th, and 26th place players, and then they'll play another game. And the top 3 scorers of that will go on to the quarterfinals. Once again, with 3 players removed, 3 players will enter, 27th, 28th, 29th, and they'll play another game where, again, the top 3 will advance to the quarterfinals, but this time the last place player will be cut out of the running, and so that means that for the next game, there will only be 12 players remaining. And of those 12 players, they'll play one more game, top 2 will advance to the quarterfinals, and bottom 2 will be cut out, which will leave 8 players remaining for a 5th game, and they'll play another game, top 2 will advance to the quarterfinals, bottom 2 will be cut, and there will then remain 4 players to play one final game where one player from that group will advance to the quarterfinals. So the top 7 get directly in, and from there it's a sequence of games, one after another, where players will get a chance to finish in the top and make it into the quarterfinals. It's a really unique format, I think, for individuals, and it certainly encourages aggressive play because you want to make the top cut. And a really unique style. I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch.
That's really cool. Really excited to watch as it happens.
So the players we can see on this screen will have the best chance at getting in, but after the first couple of rounds, more players get added into the cut. We'll see 24, 25, 26 get a chance, 27, 28, and 29 get a chance as well. So all these players here on the second screen, the cut line for the individuals, they're going to have the work cut out for them to make it into the top 29 to give themselves a shot at individuals. And one more session for a number of these players to do so, including the players that we saw in our broadcast today and yesterday.
Alrighty, then let's go ahead and wrap it up.
Right.
All right, once again, a reminder for all the folks, if this is your last chance, you have a few more minutes to sign up for the book giveaway. Again, we're giving away a copy of Jen's latest, greatest updated Riichi Mahjong, The Only Way to Play, as well as a couple of other options. Will all be given away. Follow the giveaway in the description of this video. And also, keep in mind that in terms of our schedule, this is coming up to the end of the session. There'll be one more broadcast at the end of January, the 30th and 31st. And then we have one scheduled for February, one scheduled for March. As, of course, the playoffs get determined, we'll definitely keep you updated once we know details about that. That's it for me.
Well, that's it for us as well, right?
Yeah, so this is when we hope to see you next time for Nathanael, Dave, Gemma, Chiral, this is Corak, and the rest of the Yukan Fuji Cup broadcasting team. Hope to see you Thursday.
Thursday, January 30th. All right, join us then.